Chapter 2461. Feng Dazhi, what are you doing? More than a dozen peak ninth heaven realm sea beasts rushed out of the sea and stared at Feng Dazhi angrily. Their huge bodies were comparable to mountains. They were ferocious. Feng Dazhi knew the inner sea like the back of his hand, and the sea beasts in the inner sea also knew Feng Dazhi. Everyone was relying on the dragons, so why would he slaughter them? Humph! Feng Dazhi snorted coldly, and strands of divine power swept out like lightning, killing the sea beasts on the spot. Feng Dazhi, are you crazy? Do you believe that we will tell the dragons? A few more sea beasts roared. But from the beginning to the end, Feng Dazhi turned a deaf ear, and his eyes were red from killing. Wait. Those two seem familiar. They seem to be. Yes. They are Qin Feiyang and Huoyi. Damn it. Feng Dazhi actually betrayed us and joined Qin Feiyang. Quickly inform the dragons. When they recognized the identity of Qin Feiyang and Huoyi, the sea beasts suddenly exploded, and roared again and again. Die! Huoyi shouted coldly. His fiery red hair danced in the wind. His divine power suppressed all directions. Thousands of sea beasts died on the spot. Although only a few hundred breaths had passed, the blood collected by Qin Feiyang was enough to open the first stage of the slaughter domain. Because not only was the number huge, the cultivation of the sea beasts in the inner sea was also very strong, with the lowest being ninth heaven realm. Therefore, their blood was of great help to the slaughter domain. Kill. Feng Dazhi was a half-step inextinguishable realm, and Huoyi was an early step inextinguishable realm. When the two of them attacked with their full strength, one could imagine how terrifying their lethality was. They did not need to deliberately do it, as long as they released their divine power, they could instantly kill a large number of sea beasts. Wherever they went, there was no one left alive. It could be described as a river of blood and millions of corpses. Dragon God Palace. Yi Zhong had already left the City Lord's mansion and returned to the Dragon God Palace, sitting cross-legged in the square. Shua. A vague figure appeared outside the stone door. Yi Zhong opened his eyes and turned his head to look. After which, he stood up and clasped his hands. I pay my respects to the revered dragon. What are you doing? Long Zun looked at Yi Zhong with dissatisfaction. Yi Zhong was slightly taken aback. He walked up to Long Zun and asked suspiciously, what do you mean? The dragon sovereign replied, just a while ago, Feng Dazhi's destiny contract was erased by someone. His whereabouts are unknown. There's such a thing? Yi Zhong was surprised. Why would I joke with you? Long Zun raged. No. This old man just feels that it's a little inconceivable. Who in this world can break the fate contract? Yi Zhong was puzzled. Qin Feiyang. Long Zun enunciated each word clearly. Yi Zhong paused for a moment, then patted his head and said, Yes. When Qin Feiyang entered the Divine Land, Her Highness was tricked by him. Long Zun glared at Yi Zhong and said, during this time, Qin Feiyang has obviously been lurking in the Holy Dragon City, and he might even have set his eyes on the Dragon God Palace. If I don't get rid of him, I can't be at ease. This old man understands. But why did he help Feng Dazhi break the fate contract? Yi Zhong was puzzled. Long Zun said in a deep voice, do you even need to think about it? Feng Dazhi must have betrayed us. Sigh. He was bought over by Qin Feiyang so easily. It seems that we dragons are far inferior to Qin Feiyang in terms of winning people over. Yi Zhong shook his head and sighed. He's just a half-step invincible realm cultivator. He's dispensable. Our target is only Qin Feiyang. We absolutely cannot allow our plan to fail. Long Zun said. Yi Zhong said with a smile, don't worry. Everything is ready. We're just waiting for noon. After saying that, Yi Zhong frowned and muttered, but this old man doesn't understand. Why did Qin Feiyang find Feng Dazhi? Feng Dazhi is guarding the inland sea. Wait. Suddenly, Yi Zhong's face changed slightly. He looked at Long Zun and said, could it be that Qin Feiyang wants to enter the Divine Dragon Island? Because only by going to the inland sea and the Divine Dragon Island will he meet Feng Dazhi. Long Zun was also surprised. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't dare to have any thoughts about the Divine Dragon Island, but Qin Feiyang is different. This kid has courage and insight, and he also has a heaven-defying divine artifact like the ancient castle. The more dangerous the place, the more interested he is. Yi Zhong said. Long Zun pondered for a moment, and said, just in case, this sovereign will immediately return to the Divine Dragon Island. If Qin Fei Yang is really preparing to go to the Divine Dragon Island, then can we cancel our plan? Yi Zhong asked. No. The plan will continue as usual. Even if Qin Fei Yang goes to the Divine Dragon Island, there is still the Dragon Slaying Palace. According to this sovereign's guess, the people from the Dragon Slaying Palace should also take action this time. Long Zun said. All right. Yi Zhong nodded. Inland sea. Groups of sea beasts were frantically fleeing for their lives. Unfortunately, in front of Hui Yi and Feng Dazhi, whether it was their speed or their cultivation, they were too weak. They couldn't escape at all. The commotion is getting bigger and bigger. Feng Dazhi scanned his surroundings with a trace of worry in his eyes. He suddenly looked at Hui Yi and said, Lord Hui Yi, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to go somewhere. Where? Hui Yi was slightly taken aback, turned to look at Feng Dazhi and asked. A small island. The inland sea is quite big. Even for me, it will take half a day to go from the Dragon God mountain range to the Divine Dragon Island. Therefore, I dare to conclude. The dragons definitely don't know what happened here. However, there are some sea beasts in the inland sea that can directly contact the dragons. They are the sea beast kings of the inland sea. These sea beast kings rule the various areas of the inland sea. In the entire inland sea, they are the only ones who can directly contact the dragons. Moreover, their cultivation isn't weak. They are basically half-step imperishable realm. If I go, I may not be able to stop it. Feng Dazhi said. Okay. Hui Yi nodded. The sea beast king in our area is a golden sea python. It usually transforms into a golden-robed man. If you keep looking in this direction, it's about tens of millions of miles away. But with your speed, it won't be long before you arrive. You must kill it and destroy its image crystal. Feng Dazhi said. No. Don't be in a hurry to kill it. Bring it to me first. Qin Fei Yang heard this and said to Hui Yi. Okay. I'll go first. You guys follow me slowly. As soon as Hui Yi finished speaking, he teleported away and disappeared from Qin Fei Yang's line of sight like lightning. Feng Dazhi retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Fei Yang, asking, Young master, you want to subdue it? After all, it's half-step imperishable realm. It's a pity to kill it. Qin Fei Yang said. But it won't be easy to subdue these sea beasts. Presumably, you also know that the beasts hate us humans very much. Especially these sea beasts in the inland sea. Under the influence of the dragons, they also think that they are superior. Because of this, they are very loyal to the dragons. Feng Dazhi said. It doesn't matter. It's best if you can subdue it. If you can't, then go find a pot and stew it. Qin Fei Yang said with a smile. Feng Dazhi was taken aback, then he couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Even a half-step imperishable sea beast king wanted to stew it. This young man really couldn't be looked at with ordinary eyes. Continue. Qin Fei Yang said. Feng Dazhi calmed down, his divine power roared in all directions, and began the slaughter again. What happened? At this moment, on a small island, an 8-foot man in a golden robe stood above the island, looking at the sea in front of him in surprise. Whoosh! The next moment, he turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the sea in front of him. As the king of this area, he naturally couldn't sit back and do nothing. But not long after, accompanied by the sound of air breaking, a sea beast drenched in blood ran over from the opposite void in horror. When it saw the golden-robed man, the sea beast hurriedly ran in front of him and shouted, King, bad news. What's wrong? The golden-robed man stopped in the void, frowning. Feng Dazhi betrayed us, and now he's coming here with Qin Fei Yang. Almost all our brothers in this area have been killed by them. The sea beast roared. What? The golden-robed man's expression suddenly changed. Why would Qin Fei Yang come to the inner sea? And not hide it? Could it be that he's going for Divine Dragon Island? No. I have to inform the dragons. The golden-robed man immediately took out an image crystal. Sure. But also at this moment, a fiery red figure flashed in the void and landed above the golden-robed man. The golden-robed man and the sea beast immediately looked up. It's him, it's him. The sea beast's expression changed, and it looked extremely terrified. The golden-robed man was shocked. That's right. The person who came was Huoyi. Golden robe, image crystal. Huoyi looked at the golden-robed man and asked, "You're the sea beast king of this area?" But before he finished speaking, the golden-robed man turned around and fled. Why are you running? Huoyi grinned, and a terrifying pressure rushed towards the golden-robed man. Whether it was the golden-robed man or the sea beast, they were immediately imprisoned in the void, unable to move at all. This pressure, the golden-robed man's eyes trembled. This was the pressure of an initial stage immortal realm expert. Huoyi waved his hand, and the sea beast howled miserably and shattered on the spot. Then he looked at the golden-robed man and joked, "Who are you trying to send a message to?" "I don't." The golden-robed man shook his head. Huoyi took a step forward, grabbed the image crystal, and crushed it into pieces. "Don't kill me." The golden-robed man was terrified to the extreme. Huoyi smiled faintly and said, "I'm not a murderous demon king, why would I kill you?" "Then what are you doing here?" The golden-robed man was surprised. Huoyi smiled and said, "If I didn't come, wouldn't you have already informed the dragons?" The golden-robed man was flustered. What was this human trying to do? Huoyi said, "Come with me to meet someone." "Who?" the golden-robed man asked. "Qin Feiyang." Huoyi smiled. "Meet Qin Feiyang." The golden-robed man's body and mind trembled. Although he had never seen Qin Feiyang, he knew from the rumors that he was definitely not a kind person. What good could come from meeting him? Huoyi waved his hand, and the imprisonment wrapped around the golden-robed man and returned the way he came. "No. I can't go. Otherwise, I'll definitely die." The golden-robed man roared secretly, and a terrifying aura suddenly rushed out from his body. Following closely, accompanied by a dazzling golden light, a golden sea serpent appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 2462. Its body was tens of thousands of feet long. Its body was covered with golden snake scales. Each of them was as big as a dustpan, as if they were made of gold. The most special thing about it was that there was a golden horn on its head. Dragon horn? Huoyi was stunned. That's right. The golden horn was a dragon horn. And there was a trace of dragon power in the dragon horn. Break. The golden sea python roared, and its aura rolled out like a flood. Crack. As a result, it actually broke the pressure, raised its giant tail, and smashed toward Huoyi. Not bad. Huoyi laughed and stretched out his hand. His 5 fingers were like eagle claws, easily penetrating the golden sea python's scales, and divine power burst out from his fingertips. With a crack, the golden sea python's giant tail shattered on the spot, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The golden sea serpent screamed in pain, then turned around and fled. Still want to escape? Huoyi was speechless. He took a step and landed on the golden sea python's head. With a slight force under his feet, the golden sea python's head also began to shatter. It's only a small realm difference, how can it be so strong? The golden sea python was extremely shocked. A small realm of the imperishable realm is equivalent to a large realm of other boundaries. As a half-step imperishable realm, you don't even know this basic knowledge. Huoyi's face was full of disdain. Go to hell. The golden sea python roared. Roar. With a loud dragon roar, a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Ancestral dragon fighting soul? Huoyi looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon with a surprised expression. This was the golden sea python's fighting soul. And there was a divine fire pattern between the fighting soul's eyebrows, like a golden fire lotus. A sea python had actually activated the ancestral dragon fighting soul, and it even had a dragon horn. It seemed that this guy had unlimited potential. Huoyi laughed. Stop struggling and submit to me. I can make you transform into a real 5-clawed golden dragon, and an ancestral dragon. You! The golden sea python's face was full of disdain. You don't believe me? Huoyi frowned. There can only be one ancestral dragon in this world, and no one can replace it. Do you think I will believe your nonsense? The golden serpent's expression was full of mockery. Ignorant and inexperienced. Huoyi shook his head. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, I'll suppress you first. Clang. With a wave of his hand, the broken sword appeared. Huoyi grabbed the broken sword and took a step forward, slashing at the golden sea python's abdomen. The collision between the broken sword and the snake scale immediately caused dazzling sparks to burst out. But there was no suspense. A large part of the scales on the golden sea python's abdomen shattered. The sharpness of the broken sword tore through the flesh and entered the sea of chi of the golden sea python. With a loud cracking sound, the golden sea python's chi sea shattered. That heart-wrenching pain caused the golden sea python to howl miserably. Whoosh! Huoyi took another step forward and landed in front of the golden sea serpent's head. He smiled and said, still so arrogant. The golden sea python's face was filled with fear. Especially when it saw the broken sword in Huoyi's hand, its huge body couldn't help but tremble. It said in shock, Qin Beishan's broken sword, why is it in your hands? Qin Feiyang is the descendant of Qin Batian. As his accomplice, is it strange that the broken sword is in my hands? Huoyi rolled his eyes and put away the broken sword. He grabbed the golden sea python's dragon horn and dragged it all the way to meet up with Qin Feiyang. After meeting up, when he saw the golden sea python's dragon horn, Qin Feiyang was also quite surprised. Generally speaking, for a beast like the sea python, as long as it grew dragon horns, dragon claws, dragon scales, and other things, it basically had the potential to transform into a divine dragon. Huoyi smiled and said, this guy belongs to me. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Obviously. Huoyi wanted the golden sea python as his mount. Whatever. Qin Feiyang smiled indifferently. Huoyi waved his hand, and a divine barrier appeared, imprisoning the sea python. He said, send it to the Black Tortoise world first. When I have time, I will slowly tame it. Qin Feiyang nodded. With a wave of his hand, the golden sea python suddenly disappeared. How much blood do you need? Huoyi asked. I don't know. The more the better, Qin Feiyang said. So far, the blood he collected was enough to open the first stage 3 times. Adding the blood from before, it was a total of 7 times. But even so, he didn't know if this blood could open the 3rd stage of the slaughter domain. Because the slaughter domain had never reached this level. Huoyi took a deep breath and said, all right then, let's continue. Time passed little by little. Almost all the sea beasts in this area had been killed by them. The blood collected was enough to open the first stage 5 times. I think it should be about time. Huoyi looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Feng Dazi said, if we want to continue, we can only enter the next area. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said decisively, retreat. Huoyi immediately took the 2 of them and flew outside. You really entered the inner sea. However, at this moment, a loud shout rang out. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were startled. They looked up and saw a white-clothed woman descending in the sky. It's her. The ancestral dragon of the White Dragon clan. Feng Dazi exclaimed, his face instantly turned pale. Feng Dazi, you are courting death. The white-clothed woman looked coldly at Feng Dazi, then raised her head and shouted, Qin Feiyang is with me, quickly support him. The 3 of them were surprised. Could it be that the other ancestral dragons had also left the Divine Dragon Island and came to the inner sea? Let's go. Qin Feiyang shouted. Huoyi picked up the 2 of them again and used a supplementary technique to escape without looking back. Strange. The Sea Beast King was captured by us, and almost all the sea beasts in this area were killed by us. But how did the dragons receive the news? Feng Dazi was puzzled. It should be the Sea Beast Kings in other areas that informed the dragons. After all, it's hard not to alarm them with such a big movement. Qin Feiyang said. You are really bold. If it weren't for Yi Zhong's reminder, we really wouldn't have thought that you would dare to enter the inner sea. The white-clothed woman glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other 2. With a loud clang, a snow-white thin sword appeared. In fact, she also had her concerns. Her concern was the ancient castle. Back then, she and the other ancestral dragons rushed to the Star River to support the revered dragon, and the terrifying power of the ancient castle was still unforgettable. However, if she didn't take action, Qin Feiyang and the other two would escape, so she could only bite the bullet. Boom! Immediately, a monstrous divine power erupted like a volcano. A heaven-defying divine artifact. So it's Yi Zhong, that old bastard. A trace of anger rose in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Don't worry. Divine Dragon Island is in the inner sea. She doesn't dare to release the seal of the heaven-defying divine artifact. As long as the seal is not released, we will have the power to fight. Hu Yi said. Once the seal of the heaven-defying divine artifact was released, it could only be described as destroying the heavens and earth. If the white-clothed woman were to release the seal here, then the first to bear the brunt of it would be Divine Dragon Island. That's good news. Qin Feiyang muttered, but we can't keep fighting. I know. Before the other ancestral dragons come, quickly open the space-time gate. Feng Dazhi, protect him. Finished. Hu Yi took out the broken sword and charged towards the white-clothed woman. Broken sword. The white-clothed woman was shocked. This broken sword was actually in the hands of these people. She looked at Hu Yi and locked her gaze on Qin Feiyang. Killing Qin Feiyang was the most important thing. Shua. With a flash, the white-clothed woman avoided Hu Yi and slashed at Qin Feiyang. Your opponent is me. Hu Yi roared and instantly appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. The broken sword tore through the sky and slashed forward. Let's go. Feng Dazhi grabbed Qin Feiyang and crazily fled forward. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also took out the space-time gate. Divine power gushed out and poured into it. Seeing that Qin Feiyang's recovery speed was too slow, Feng Dazhi hurriedly urged his divine power and poured it into the space-time gate. Boom! Clang! In the blink of an eye, Hu Yi and the white-clothed woman clashed. The two heaven-defying divine artifacts clashed, accompanied by a loud sound, and the world was annihilated on the spot. You're just at the initial stage of the undying realm. Can you stop this sovereign? The white-clothed woman did not tangle with Hu Yi. She took another step forward and swept past him, continuing to attack Qin Feiyang. The white-clothed woman's cultivation was stronger than Hu Yi's, so her speed was naturally faster than Hu Yi's. However, Hu Yi's reaction was not inferior to the white-clothed woman's. Just as the white-clothed woman swept past him, he picked up the broken sword and turned around to slash at the white-clothed woman's back. You deserve to die. The white-clothed woman was furious. She had no choice but to stop and face the broken sword. The reason for that was because if she did not do anything, the might of the broken sword would be enough to slice her body in half. Clang! The two heaven-defying divine artifacts continued to collide, and a destructive aura rolled out in all directions. Clang! At this moment, the space-time gate opened. Qin Feiyang immediately turned to look at Hu Yi and shouted, "Come here." Hu Yi heard this, grabbed the broken sword and slashed with all his strength. Boom! At this moment, the white-clothed woman was forced back a step, and Hu Yi was also sent flying. However, he borrowed the force of the impact to rush towards the space-time gate. You want to leave? How can it be so easy? The white-clothed woman sneered. She took a mysterious step, and her speed increased several times. In half a blink of an eye, she caught up with Hu Yi. The thin sword in her hand emitted a peerless sharpness as it went straight for Hu Yi's back. Hu Yi could only turn around and face the attack. Clang! The two heaven-defying divine artifacts met again. Hu Yi spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and muttered, "It seems that I can't leave." The white-clothed woman's speed was much faster than his. Although she couldn't kill him in a short period of time, it was no problem for her to stall him. With that thought in mind, Hu Yi shouted, "Don't worry about me, leave quickly. How can we not care about you?" Qin Feiyang muttered, "Young master, let's leave quickly. The other ancestral dragons must have already arrived. It's better for him to die than for all of us to die here." Feng Dazhi urged, "I can't leave my companions behind." Not only Hu Yi, Even if it was you now, I wouldn't leave you behind. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. The only thing they could do now was to open the slaughter domain. Feng Dazhi looked at Qin Feiyang, then looked at Hu Yi. He gritted his teeth and resolutely rushed towards Hu Yi. What are you doing here? Hu Yi said angrily. Qin Feiyang was also shocked. The white-clothed woman was also somewhat stunned. Why did this person run over? To die? Was he stupid? Chapter 2463. However, Feng Dazhi turned a deaf ear. He quietly split out a wisp of divine soul and stuffed it into Hu Yi's hands. Then, without looking back, he rushed towards the woman in white and roared, I'll hold her back, you go. Hu Yi was stunned. He lowered his head to look at the wisp of divine soul in his hand. There was a hint of suspicion in his eyes. But very quickly, he understood. Without hesitation, he turned around and rushed towards the spacetime gate. He shouted to Qin Feiyang, quickly enter the spacetime gate. But Qin Feiyang looked at Hu Yi and then at Feng Dazhi. Believe me, quick, Hu Yi urged. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth, decisively turned around and rushed into the spacetime gate. The woman in white looked at Qin Feiyang and Hu Yi, stared at Feng Dazhi, and said contemptuously, You want to hold me back with just you? The thin sword in her hand was like a poisonous snake, emitting a white light as it went straight for Feng Dazhi's forehead. My strength is definitely not enough. But I can still buy some time for the young master and the others. After Feng Dazhi finished speaking, a destructive aura rushed out from his body without any warning. Qin Feiyang stood inside the spacetime gate and looked at Feng Dazhi from afar with a dazed expression. Not bad. He's going to self-destruct. At this time, Hu Yi also rushed into the spacetime gate and nodded at Qin Feiyang. Then why didn't you stop him? I can open the slaughter domain. He doesn't have to die. Qin Feiyang said. Don't worry. He won't die. Hu Yi shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, How can he not die from self-destruction? Believe me. Hu Yi said. Qin Feiyang looked deeply at Hu Yi and then at Feng Dazhi. With a slight thought, the spacetime gate began to dissipate. Boom. At this moment, Feng Dazhi self-destructed. That destructive wave of air swept out in all directions like a tide. Damn it, damn it. The white-clothed woman rushed out of the blast. She looked rather disheveled. She looked at the spatial door that had already disappeared. Her face was full of anger. Swish. Several figures descended one after another. Where is he? The few of them scanned the void and looked at the white-robed woman. He escaped. The white-robed woman sighed. One of them asked, Because of the castle? If he reveals the castle, do you think he still needs to escape? It's Feng Dazhi. Feng Dazhi blew up his body, giving Qin Feiyang and Hu Yi a chance to escape. The woman in white said. What? Feng Dazhi self-destructed? The few of them were dumbfounded. How laughable. We dragons have nurtured him for 100,000 years and finally made him a half-step undying. And now? You've only just started following Qin Feiyang, yet you're willing to self-destruct for Qin Feiyang. Why is that? The white-clothed woman laughed at herself. This is how humans behave. These lowly creatures are all white-eyed wolves. They don't recognize anyone when they turn hostile. The few of them snorted. What's the point of nurturing them? Might as well disband the Dragon God Palace. The white-clothed woman said. This isn't something we can decide. But this Qin Feiyang, why didn't he use the castle? I remember the Black Dragon's patriarch said that last time at the seaside, Qin Feiyang also didn't use the castle. Could it be that an accident happened at the castle? We can't make wild guesses. Maybe he's deliberately hiding it to make us lower our guard. Let's not talk about it. Quickly return to Divine Dragon Island and report this to Lord Dragon Sovereign. The few of them opened an altar and quickly left. The rule force of the internal sea was indeed useless against them. Cloud Mountain Village. A few years passed. Large trees had grown out of the ruins, full of vitality. Clang. Accompanied by a loud noise, an ancient gate appeared above the village. Following that, two young men walked out. It was Qin Feiyang and Hu Yi. Opening the spacetime gate would cause a huge commotion, so Qin Feiyang chose Cloud Mountain Village. Putting away the spacetime gate, Qin Feiyang looked at Hue Yi and frowned. You always say that you want me to believe you, but what do you want me to believe? Feng Dazhi won't die. Hue Yi laughed. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Look at what this is. Hue Yi put away the broken sword and opened his palm. The wisp of soul immediately appeared in front of Qin Feiyang's eyes. This is. Qin Feiyang stared at the soul in surprise. The aura emitted by the soul was exactly the same as Feng Dazhi's. Hue Yi said, before Feng Dazhi self-destructed, he split a wisp of soul, so as long as the soul exists, he can be resurrected. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. Hue Yi gave the soul to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang immediately brought Hue Yi into the ancient castle and personally handed his divine soul over to Hue Lian. He warned, you must protect him well. I know. Fire Lotus nodded. I'm getting more and more puzzled. Hue Yi suddenly spoke. What are you puzzled about? Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus were taken aback and turned their heads to look at Hue Yi suspiciously. Although the soul was split in advance, it still takes courage to really self-destruct. Kid, what kind of charm do you have? Why are all the people and ferocious beasts following you so loyal to you? Hue Yi looked at Qin Feiyang strangely. This might be my character. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said, I really didn't realize that your character is so good. Hue Yi pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang said, but you can't deny that I am indeed good to the people around me. Yes, yes, yes. Good people have good karma, but the key is, are you a good person? Hue Yi despised. Qin Feiyang was speechless. In fact, Qin Feiyang was also a little surprised. For example, although Big Black Wolf also sacrificed himself to save him in the Dragon God Palace, they had been together for a long time after all. And this Feng Dazhi, they just met not long ago. Moreover, when he came into contact with the fate contract, he took the opportunity to control Feng Dazhi. Logically speaking, Feng Dazhi should have hated him. Perhaps it's because Feng Dazhi knows that if you die, the dragons will definitely not let him go, so it's better to fight and help you escape. Fire Lotus pondered for a while and said, yes, yes, yes. This is the most reasonable explanation. It has nothing to do with your character. Hue Yi nodded again and again. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Looking at Feng Dazhi's soul, he asked, how long will it take for him to condense a complete soul and reconstruct his body? Hue Yi said, for someone in his realm, it will take at least tens of thousands of years. So long. Qin Feiyang frowned. Of course, after all, his cultivation is so strong. However, if his soul is placed in the spirit vein, it will speed up. Because the energy of the spirit vein is very helpful in condensing the soul. Plus the time array of the Black Tortoise realm, it won't take long. Hue Yi said. That's good. Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Fire Lotus and said, go to the herb field. Okay. Fire Lotus nodded and walked out. Hue Yi looked at Fire Lotus's back and looked at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction, saying, I say, you're still ordering her around like a servant. Let me tell you, she's still the Nine Heavens Palace Master. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and walked out of the castle. I'm asking you a question. Hue Yi chased after him. Qin Feiyang ignored him and flew directly above the Blood Sea. Inside the Blood Sea, there were countless corpses of sea beasts. The smell of blood was pungent. Hue Yi pondered, this blood should be enough, right? It doesn't matter if it's enough or not, the 4 ancestor dragons must die this time. Otherwise, Feng Dazhi's sacrifice will be in vain, Qin Feiyang said. Hue Yi looked at Qin Feiyang and looked at the Blood Sea again, saying, then, there will be a tough battle ahead. Then let's fight, Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. All right, prepare more heavenly dust divine pellets, I'll accompany you to cause a ruckus. Hue Yi chuckled and turned to look at the sky above the herb field. Soon, he saw the golden sea python. The golden sea python was imprisoned by a barrier, lying in the sky above the courtyard, its huge eyes filled with despair. Shua. Hue Yi took a step forward and landed beside the golden sea python. With a wave of his hand, the barrier disappeared. You're just a despicable person who bullies the weak. The golden sea python roared in anger. You still have the strength to be arrogant. Huoyi was stunned for a moment before nodding. All right, then I'll imprison you for another 10,000 years. 10,000 years. The golden sea python trembled and quickly said, Don't, let's talk. I'm not in the mood. You only have one choice, submit. Otherwise, do you see the blood sea? If you don't submit, I'll throw you in. Huoyi sneered. The golden sea python looked at the blood sea on Qin Feiyang's side and its pupils shrank. Huoyi said, I'll ask you one last time, will you submit? I submit. The golden sea python hesitated for a moment and finally chose to lower its head and compromise. If it didn't submit, it would die. There was no choice. That's more like it. Huoyi smiled. He turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said, Qin Feiyang, quickly come over here and help me control it. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Huoyi, then lowered his head to look at the blood sea before stepping in front of Huoyi. You still want to control me? The golden sea python was shocked. Nonsense. If I don't control you, do you think I'll let you follow me? Don't resist, or I'll end your life. Huoyi waved his hand, and the broken sword appeared again in front of the golden sea python's head. Qin Feiyang also evolved the slavery seal and rushed into the golden sea python's head. With the broken sword in front of it, how could the golden sea python dare to resist? He took control of it very smoothly. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Looking at the golden sea python, he asked suspiciously, Why aren't you controlled by the fate contract? Because of the beast emperor. The golden sea python said. Beast emperor? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The beast emperor controls the entire internal sea. Its strength is comparable to the ancestral dragon, and the beast emperor also has a divine artifact. Although this divine artifact isn't a heaven-defying divine artifact, it has a very heaven-defying ability. It's because of the beast emperor's opposition that the revered dragon didn't control us. The golden sea python said. Comparable to the ancestral dragon, doesn't that mean it's immortal? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Yes. The golden sea python nodded. Qin Feiyang and Huoyi looked at each other, and their hearts couldn't help but become heavy. They thought that other than Yi Zhong, there wouldn't be any other outsiders among the dragons, but they didn't expect another beast emperor to jump out. And like Yi Zhong, it's not weaker than the ancestral dragons. Chapter 2464. How terrifying was the foundation of the dragons? Other than Yi Zhong and the beast emperor, were there any other supreme experts hiding? Huoyi asked, You just said that the beast emperor has a divine artifact. What kind of divine artifact is it? A supreme artifact. The golden sea python said. I see. Huoyi nodded. But Qin Feiyang was a little stunned. What level was a supreme artifact? The golden sea python said, A supreme artifact is above a legendary artifact. It is infinitely close to a heaven-defying artifact. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized and asked, Does a supreme artifact have the power of law? The golden sea python said, A supreme artifact definitely doesn't have the power of law. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a supreme artifact, but a heaven-defying artifact. But once a supreme artifact has the power of law, it can immediately transform into a heaven-defying artifact. Huoyi said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Isn't it impossible for a divine artifact to have the power of law? That's right. But it can be bestowed. For example, your ancestor. He now controls the space-time law. As long as he bestows the power of the space-time law to the supreme artifact. Then this supreme artifact can transform into a heaven-defying artifact. Huoyi said. If that's the case, doesn't that mean the Beast Emperor's supreme artifact can evolve into a heaven-defying artifact at any time? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. But bestowing the power of law to a supreme artifact is not a simple matter. Because the person bestowing the power must thoroughly comprehend the power of law. And in the current ancient world, I don't think there is anyone who has completely comprehended the power of law. Huoyi said. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and asked, Then what about Long Zun? As the strongest person in the ancient world, The power of law she comprehended should be stronger than my ancestor. Longzuan also comprehended the power of spacetime law. But he didn't know what level she had reached. Huoyi also shook his head. Although he had fought with Longzuan these years, her true strength was still a mystery. Do you know? Qin Feiyang looked at the golden sea serpent again. It's hard to even see her normally, so how would I know? In any case, I reckon that even the ancestral dragons might not understand Longzun's strength. The golden sea python said. This old witch has hidden herself so deeply. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Old witch. The golden sea serpent was stunned. In the current world, there was probably only this person who dared to humiliate Longzun like this. He then said, as the ruler of the ancient world, how could she let others know about her background? I definitely have to hide something. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and asked, what kind of heaven-defying ability does the Beast Emperor possess? Teleport. This divine artifact can teleport you to any place in the ancient world. The golden sea python said. Huoyi said in surprise, isn't this the same as the spatial gate? Spacetime gate. The golden sea serpent looked at Huoyi suspiciously. After being imprisoned by Huoyi, Qin Feiyang sent it to the Black Tortoise realm, so it didn't see the spatial gate with its own eyes before. Qin Feiyang looked at Huoyi, then looked at the golden sea serpent and said, other than teleporting in the ancient world, can it teleport to other places? For example, outside the ancient world. Outside the ancient world? The golden sea serpent was stunned and asked suspiciously, are you talking about your hometown? My hometown? Qin Feiyang was also stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, including it. The golden sea serpent shook its head and said, that's definitely not possible, it's not in the same world. Qin Feiyang nodded. Huoyi looked at Qin Feiyang and said, listening to what you said, the spatial gate can directly return to your hometown. But, Qin Feiyang wanted to blurt out, sure. But he suddenly remembered that he had never tried it before. However, Huoyi's question reminded him. Since the spatial gate could teleport between the two continents, then could it also directly return to the Great Qin from the ancient world? If it was really possible, then wouldn't he be able to return to the Great Qin and the Forgotten Continent at any time to visit his family and friends? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but become excited. He couldn't wait to try it out. However, the spatial gate would only be opened tomorrow. Let's talk about it after we've dealt with the dragons, Qin Feiyang muttered, then looked at Huoyi and said, I'm going back to the cultivation room. After saying that, he turned into a ray of light and entered the ancient castle. Huoyi also kept his broken sword, looked at the golden sea serpent, and laughed sinisterly. Now, I will properly tame you, sit down with me. How do I sit? The golden sea serpent felt wronged. It wasn't a human, so it was fine to tell it to lie down, but to sit down? Wasn't this making things difficult for it? Besides, it wasn't a wild beast that hadn't developed its intelligence, so was there a need to tame it? Inside the cultivation room, Qin Feiyang refined more than 10 Tianchen divine pills, all of which had a dragon-shaped danqi. Then, he opened the pill scripture. After breaking through to the half-step god realm, he began to open the next page of the pill scripture. He was really looking forward to it. On the next page, there were some pill formulas. After opening it, 3 pill formulas immediately entered his line of sight. The first was called Supreme Nirvana Pill. The second was called Yin and Yang Chaos Pill. The third was called Divine Body Reconstruction Pill. Supreme Nirvana Pill? Yin and Yang Chaos Pill? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why was this name so similar to Nirvana Pill and Chaos Pill? He carefully checked the pill formulas. So that's how it is. Soon, Qin Feiyang's eyes revealed a trace of understanding. These 2 pills were actually the evolved versions of the Nirvana Divine Pill and the Chaos Divine Pill. Supreme Nirvana Pill opened the door to the potential of the God realm. Yin and Yang Chaos Pill permanently raised to a small realm of the God realm. Moreover, the medicinal ingredients for Nirvana Pill and Chaos Pill were also the medicinal ingredients needed for Supreme Nirvana Pill and Yin and Yang Chaos Pill. For example, Nirvana Divine Fruit, Mother Earth Chaos Divine Ginseng, Ninth grade immortal lotus. Congealing divine jade and so on. But the difference was, these medicinal ingredients were secondary to supreme nirvana pill and yin and yang chaos pill. The most important medicinal ingredients for supreme nirvana pill and yin and yang chaos pill were the supreme divine fruit and yin and yang divine grass. Supreme divine fruit. Yin and yang divine grass. Qin Fei Yang whispered. These two medicinal ingredients had never been heard of. But looking at the drawing on the pill formulas, it was somewhat familiar. The supreme divine fruit was a golden fruit. And the leaves and tree trunks were also golden. The yin and yang divine grass also had very obvious characteristics. It had a total of 2 leaves, one black and one white. Where had he seen it before? Wait. When he looted the medicinal field in the past, he saw some medicinal ingredients that he didn't recognize. The yin and yang divine grass and the supreme divine fruit were among these medicinal ingredients. Thinking of this, Qin Fei Yang immediately turned and walked out of the castle, standing above the medicinal field, carefully scanning the medicinal ingredients in the medicinal field. Not long after, a trace of surprise climbed up in his eyes. Somewhere in the medicinal field, there were a few golden divine trees. The thinnest one was as thick as a thigh, and there were more than a dozen golden fruits hanging on the branches. Not long after, on the other side, he saw more than a dozen divine herbs that were half a foot tall. One of the leaves was black. One of the leaves was white. There are indeed all of them. Qin Fei Yang was beaming with joy. Looting the medicinal field really allowed him to wait forever. It seemed that he would have to do this more often in the future. He didn't pick them because he didn't need them now. Qin Fei Yang returned to the cultivation room and checked the 3rd pill formula. Divine Body Reconstruction Pill? Could this be a pill for reconstruction of the divine body? In the end, he checked and found that it was really a pill for reconstruction of the divine body. The Divine Body Reconstruction Pill was very helpful for reconstruction of the physical body. And the more dragon-shaped core chi there was, the better the effect. A Divine Body Reconstruction Pill with dragon-shaped core chi could shorten the time by 1/10. 10 dragon-shaped core chi would be even more amazing. It could reconstruct the physical body in an instant. I didn't expect there to be such a pill in the world. Qin Fei Yang mumbled. Unfortunately, there were no pills to repair the divine soul. Otherwise, Feng Dazhi would be able to quickly condense a complete divine soul. The spirit congealing pill had this effect. But for a supreme expert like Feng Dazhi, the spirit congealing pill was no longer effective. Phew. Qin Fei Yang let out a long breath, closed the alchemy scripture, and took out a soul stone to start cultivating. Time flew by. The sky brightened, and noon gradually arrived. On the plains, there was a sea of people early in the morning. But no one dared to set foot on the plains. They all gathered outside the plains. Swoosh. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, guards in black armor descended in the sky above the plains. They were the guards of the Holy Dragon City's City Lord Mansion. There were hundreds of them in total. The lowest cultivation level was the 9 Heavens realm. The leader was Jiang Dafei. Jiang Dafei was wearing a set of golden armor. With his hands behind his back, he shouted majestically, "Seal off the surroundings immediately. No one is allowed to step into the plains." Yes. A group of guards immediately spread out and landed at the border of the plains. They held long spears in their hands and wore armor, looking majestic. It was fine before. Although there were a lot of people, the atmosphere was still relatively relaxed. But when Jiang Dafei arrived with a group of guards, the plains were filled with a murderous aura. The people on the plains couldn't help but quiet down. Jiang Dafei retracted his gaze, seemingly inadvertently glanced at the sky above the plains, and muttered, "Is the young lord here yet?" Actually, Qin Fei Yang had arrived long ago. It was just that he and Hue Yi had turned into a white-haired old man, blending into the crowd. Because if nothing unexpected happened, the Princess of the Dragons would definitely come this time. Hiding in the castle would be easy to be exposed. Not long after, another 4 figures descended. 2 of them were Yi Zhong and the Dragon God Palace Master. The other 2 were the old man and the young man that everyone had been waiting for a long time. The old man and the young man were still wearing masks. There was a wound on their lower abdomen, and it was obvious that their chi was destroyed. There were also many bone-deep wounds on their bodies. So miserable. That's for sure. Daring to go against the dragons, will there be a good ending? People discussed in low voices. Qin Feiyang listened to the discussion, and there was a faint trace of ridicule in his eyes. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes in the City Lord's mansion, he would definitely be like these people, thinking that the old man and the young man had suffered inhumane torture in the City Lord's mansion. It's pretty good at pretending. Unfortunately, we have already seen through everything. Hue Yi laughed secretly. Don't transmit your voice. Be careful of the Princess of the Dragons. Qin Feiyang's expression changed slightly as he secretly said, Sorry, I forgot. Hue Yi smiled embarrassedly. Chapter 2465. Yi Zhong glanced at the audience, looked at the Dragon God Temple Master, and said blankly, Take them down. Yes. The Dragon God Temple Master nodded respectfully, looked at the old man and the young woman, and shouted, Go down. The old man and the young woman glared at the Dragon God Temple Master and landed in the middle of the plain. Kneel down. The Dragon God Temple Master shouted again. Don't go too far. The masked woman in white suddenly raised her head and glared at the Dragon God Temple Master. This voice, in the crowd. Hearing the voice of the woman in white, Qin Feiyang's face immediately showed a trace of surprise. What's wrong? Hue Yi looked at him suspiciously. It must be an illusion. Qin Feiyang ignored Hue Yi and shook his head while muttering. The Dragon God Temple Master's eyes turned cold and shouted, You still dare to be arrogant in the face of death? If I ask you to kneel, then kneel. The masked old man sighed, Girl, kneel. Master. The masked woman looked at the old man in disbelief. We have become prisoners. What else can we do? The masked old man sighed and knelt down. There was a trace of unwillingness in the masked woman's eyes, and she finally knelt down. Impossible, in the crowd. Qin Feiyang stared at the old man and the young woman, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Not only the woman's voice, but even the old man's voice was so familiar. What the hell is going on? Hue Yi looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang frowned and whispered, Didn't you recognize their voices? Hue Yi was taken aback. He looked up at the old man and the young woman, and his eyes trembled suddenly. He said secretly, They are, yes. Lin Yi and her master. Qin Feiyang whispered. How is it possible? Hue Yi also had a look of disbelief. Aren't the master and apprentice in the North region? When did they come to Divine Land? But that's not right. The entrance to Divine Land is not only guarded by dragons, but it is also sealed by Dragon Sovereign with divine power. Apart from those who were under the control of the fate contract, no one could enter. Although Lin Yi's master was strong, he probably didn't have the courage to break into China. After all, the Divine Land was the home of the dragons. Back then, the old man had personally admitted that he was no match for Long Zun's true body. Therefore, the two of them had no reason to enter the Divine Land. Not to mention the blatant looting of the major cities. What was going on? Hue Yi came back to his senses and hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang. He said in a low voice, Don't be impulsive. This is definitely a trap. If I believed you, I would have rushed over by now. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Finally, noon arrived. Yi Zhong looked at the sun in the sky, then lowered his head to look at the Dragon God Temple Master and said indifferently, Let's begin. The Dragon God Hall Master nodded. Looking at the people outside the plains, he said loudly, I'm sure everyone is very curious at this moment. What do these two people who have wreaked havoc in the north for 5 years look like? Who is it? Everyone nodded. Now, I will unveil their true faces for you. After the Dragon God Hall Master said, he walked to the old man and the young man, stretched out his hands, grabbed the masks on their faces, and pulled them hard. Immediately, the faces of the old man and the young man were revealed. It's really them. Hue Yi whispered. That's right. The old man and the young man were Lin Yi and the sloppy old man. I've never seen them before. Who are they? That woman looks pretty good. People also started to talk about it. Just as the Dragon God Hall Master lifted the masks of the two, Yi Zhong also glanced at the crowd outside the plains, paying attention to the changes in everyone's expression. According to our investigation, this woman is called Lin Yi, a member of the Dragon Slayer Temple. And this old man is her master. They wreaked havoc in the north under the instructions of the 4 emperors of the Dragon Slayer Temple. The Dragon God Hall Master shouted. Nonsense. Jiang Dafei snorted secretly. As a member of the Dragon Slayer Temple, how could he not know that this old man and the young man were from the Dragon Slayer Temple? Obviously, they were framing them. What? It was actually ordered by the Dragon Slayer Temple? What do they want to do? Do they want to see the world in chaos? People roared with righteous indignation. It's very simple. The Dragon Slayer Temple wants to snatch the resources of the north. Although it is the major city lord mansions that suffer this time, it will also indirectly affect everyone in the north. Including you. I know that many of you have opinions about us dragons. But ask yourselves, have we, dragons, ever mistreated you? No. The Dragon God Hall is the best proof. How much energy and resources have we, dragons, spent to cultivate you humans? Look at the Dragon Slayer Temple. What have they done for you all these years? They didn't do anything, and now they are snatching the resources of the north from us. It shows how selfish they are. Is such a group of people really worthy of your worship? The Lord of the Dragon God Hall roared angrily. When people heard this, they couldn't help but show a trace of anger on their faces. This Yi Zhong is really something. Qin Feiyang muttered. It was obvious that Yi Zhong must have taught the Lord of the Dragon God Hall to say these words. Yes. After this mess, everyone's impression of the Dragon Slayer Temple will be greatly reduced in the future. Hue Yi nodded. People's hearts are not what they used to be. The Dragon Slayer Temple is a group of selfish people. Not to mention that they don't have the ability to overthrow us dragons. Even if they have the ability, when they rule the Divine Land and even the entire ancient world, I'm afraid they will only bring you disaster. By then, you will know that we, dragons, are so benevolent and kind. The Lord of the Dragon God Hall sighed. My lord, don't say any more. Hurry up and kill them as a warning to the others. Let the people of the Dragon Slayer Temple give up. Someone in the crowd roared angrily. A smile flashed across the Lord of the Dragon God Hall's eyes. He looked up at Yi Zhong and said, Old Man Yi, Qin Feiyang and the Dragon Slayer Temple haven't shown up yet. Could they not be here? In fact, the main purpose of saying so much was to lure Qin Feiyang and the people of the Dragon Slayer Temple out. But now, no one showed up. Don't worry. These people are cunning. We must keep calm. Yi Zhong thought to himself. Okay. The Lord of the Dragon God Hall responded secretly and continued to slander the Dragon Slayer Temple. He had to admit that he was really eloquent. The people gathered outside the plain were incited by him one after another. Angry roars and insults rang out incessantly. Aren't these people too naive? Hue Yi raised his eyebrows. The humans of the Divine Land are divided into several groups. There are those who support the Dragon Slayer Temple. There are those who follow the dragons. There are also those who don't help either side. But in contrast, those who support the Dragon Slayer Temple are definitely in the minority. As for those who don't help either side, they're basically trying to protect themselves. Now, after being instigated by the Lord of the Dragon God Hall, they will definitely be more inclined to the dragons. Moreover, among these people, there must be many followers of the dragons. They are hiding in the crowd, cooperating with the Lord of the Dragon God Hall from the inside and outside, constantly driving everyone's emotions. So, everyone is not naive. They are being influenced step by step. That's why they start to hate the Dragon Slayer Temple. Qin Feiyang whispered. The scene was very chaotic and noisy, so even if the two didn't transmit their voices, no one heard it. Hue Yi nodded, looked at Lin Yi and the old man, frowned, and said, We have to find a way to confirm their identities. Qin Feiyang nodded, lowered his head, and pondered. Kill these bastards. Let the Dragon Slayer Temple disappear from the world and return peace to Divine Land. A particularly harsh voice came into Qin Feiyang's ears. Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked. More than 10 meters away, a middle-aged man with a half-step transcendent god cultivation base was standing in the crowd, constantly yelling. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Did the Dragon Slayer temple steal your wife or dig up your ancestral grave? Why do you hate the Dragon Slayer temple so much? Wait. He observed carefully for a while. He found that this person was deliberately instigating everyone. In other words, this person was a follower of the dragons. Follower was just a polite name. To put it bluntly, he was a lackey or pawn of the dragons. Soon. He had a plan in his mind. He turned to look at Huiyi and smiled. Follow me. Where are we going? Huiyi glanced at him suspiciously. I have already thought of a way. Qin Feiyang chuckled and walked toward the middle-aged man. Huiyi followed behind him in confusion. Brother. Qin Feiyang walked behind the middle-aged man and patted him on the shoulder. The middle-aged man was slightly taken aback. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and frowned. Old man, who is your brother? Don't try to make connections. Old man, Qin Feiyang was stunned. How did he become an old man? But the next moment, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The middle-aged man didn't seem to be wrong. He looked like an old man now. Qin Feiyang said, Brother, I'm not here to make connections with you. Then why are you here? The middle-aged man was suspicious. Qin Feiyang took out an elixir from his interspatial ring without a trace, held it in his hand, and said with a mysterious smile, Do you know what I have in my hand? What? The middle-aged man approached curiously. Don't let others see. Qin Feiyang glanced around vigilantly and slowly opened his palm. A divine-level spirit sea elixir gradually appeared. This is, the middle-aged man exclaimed. Qin Feiyang quickly covered the middle-aged man's mouth and whispered, Keep your voice down. Yes, yes, yes. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes, looked at the crowd around, and then nodded repeatedly. Qin Feiyang let go of the middle-aged man's hand. The middle-aged man's attitude immediately changed. He smiled obsequiously and said, Senior, I'm really sorry for offending you. Please forgive me. After that, he stared at Qin Feiyang's hand greedily. It's okay. Qin Feiyang waved his hand generously and said, I got this elixir by accident in my early years. I've been reluctant to use it. The middle-aged man nodded and said, I understand. After all, it's a divine elixir. Who would be willing to use it? But, if you're willing to do one thing for me, I can give it to you. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. His words were full of irresistible temptation. Chapter 2466. Hearing this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but get excited. What's the matter? Just tell me. It's very simple. You change your appearance a little and go to the plains for a stroll. Qin Feiyang said. Is it really that simple? The middle-aged man was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Old senior, don't fool me. The middle-aged man frowned. Don't worry. As long as you agree, this old man will give you this elixir now. And after that, this old man will give you 2 more. Qin Feiyang smiled. You have more? The middle-aged man was surprised. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Okay. I promise you. The middle-aged man was overjoyed and quickly nodded. Wait. But suddenly. He frowned again and looked at Qin Feiyang. Old senior, you're harming me. Harming you? What do you mean? Why would this old man harm you? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Don't you see the guards guarding the border? If I break into the plains, I'll definitely die. The middle-aged man said. I didn't say that you have to enter the plains. You can just wander outside the border. Qin Feiyang said. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment before he asked in surprise, Really? Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. The middle-aged man smiled. Okay, I'll change my appearance now. He could get 3 elixirs just by wandering outside. It was really a pie in the sky. Wait a minute. You have to change your appearance to the one I want. Qin Feiyang said. The middle-aged man asked suspiciously, What do you want me to change my appearance to? Let's go to the back of the crowd. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay. The middle-aged man nodded. The 3 of them walked through the crowd and came to the back of the crowd. They walked behind a big tree. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and condensed a figure. This figure looked exactly like him. Who is this? The middle-aged man looked at the figure curiously. A friend of mine. Qin Feiyang smiled and handed the divine pill to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man happily took the pill and said, I like people as straightforward as old senior. Qin Feiyang laughed hoarsely and said, this old man also likes helpful young people like you. Helping others is the foundation of happiness. The middle-aged man laughed and put away the divine pellet. He threw the illusion form pellet into his mouth and quickly turned into Qin Feiyang's appearance. Then go. This old man will wait for you here. If anyone asks, just say that your name is Qin Feiyang. Even dragons have to bow to you when they hear your name. Qin Feiyang smiled. Qin Feiyang? The middle-aged man was stunned and asked curiously, who is this Qin Feiyang? You'll know soon enough. Qin Feiyang said. All right. The middle-aged man nodded and turned to walk towards the crowd. Huoyi laughed. This move is not bad. Letting someone replace him and act as a lure, he was truly a genius to be able to think of such a brilliant plan. I wonder if it's effective. Let's change our appearance again and follow him to take a look. Qin Feiyang said. All right. Huoyi nodded. The two of them changed their appearances slightly and then entered the crowd, following not far behind the middle-aged man. I didn't expect to get a divine pill by coming here to join in the fun. Today is really a good day. The middle-aged man was overjoyed and continued to approach the border of the plains. Yi Zhong, who was standing in the air above the plains, suddenly had a trace of surprise on his face when he swept his gaze across the crowd. Following closely, his target was the middle-aged man. It's really him. Yi Zhong muttered, and quietly sent a sound transmission. Qin Feiyang is here. The Dragon God Palace Lord was shocked and hurriedly asked, where is he? Inside the crowd. Yi Zhong secretly said. The Dragon God Palace Lord swept his gaze across the sea of people, but there were too many people and he couldn't see the middle-aged man. And now, he didn't dare to fly up to the sky to take a look, fearing that he would alert the enemy. He sent a sound transmission, then quickly informed the 4 ancestral dragon lords to prepare to take action. Yi Zhong responded. The Dragon God Palace Lord was about to speak. Wait a moment. Yi Zhong suddenly shouted. What's wrong? The Dragon God Palace Lord was suspicious. Yi Zhong secretly said, something strange. What's strange? The Dragon God Palace Lord was bewildered. He actually didn't hide it at all and brazenly walked towards the plains. Yi Zhong sent a sound transmission. The Dragon God Palace Lord said, isn't this his character? Yi Zhong secretly said, don't worry, this old man will observe first. At this moment, Yi Zhong only had eyes for the middle-aged man, but he didn't deliberately observe him. Finally, the middle-aged man walked out of the crowd and wandered in front of the crowd. Sure enough, it's him. The Dragon God Palace Lord also finally saw him, and the murderous intent in his eyes suddenly burst out. Lin Yi and the old man, who were kneeling on the plains, also looked at the middle-aged man. But there was no joy in their eyes. Instead, a cold light flashed in their eyes. She is indeed not Lin Yi. Qin Feiyang had been observing Lin Yi and the old man, so he clearly caught the cold light. In that case, this trap set by the dragons is really aimed at you. But how did they think of using Lin Yi and the old man as bait? Huoyi was a little puzzled. Senior Dragon, Princess Dragons, you have seen Yi and the others. It's normal to use them as bait. What I'm more curious about is, who are these two people? Qin Feiyang looked at the old man and the young man. Huoyi also looked at the old man and the young man suspiciously and asked, do you want to go to the Black Tortoise world to activate the slaughter zone first? No need. In the past, because the Black Tortoise world didn't have a time array, I needed you to help me stall for time. But it's different now. The Black Tortoise world is also 100 years in a day. When the battle starts, I can go and activate the slaughter zone in time. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. Huoyi nodded. Something's wrong. At the same time, Yi Zhong looked at the middle-aged man with his brows tightly knitted together. No matter how crazy or bold he is, it's impossible to swagger like this. Die. All of a sudden, the Dragon God Temple Master yelled violently and rushed towards the middle-aged man like a divine rainbow. The middle-aged man was shocked. He hurriedly looked at the Dragon God Temple Master and roared, "I am Qin Fei Yang." Boom! Just as the middle-aged man's voice fell, four terrifying auras erupted like volcanoes. Immediately after, the four ancestral dragons rushed out from the ground. As soon as they saw the middle-aged man, they immediately took out their heaven-defying divine artifacts and rushed towards him. What's going on? There's actually an ambush. They seem to be ancestral dragons. That's right, they are the ancestral dragons of the dragons. Who is this Qin Fei Yang, to actually need the four ancestral dragons to ambush him in advance? The people outside the plane were in an uproar and quickly retreated. "I'm really Qin Fei Yang, what are you doing?" the middle-aged man roared. Didn't the old man say that as long as he said this name, the dragons would bow to him? But now, why was it different from what he said? The Dragon God Temple Master took the lead and rushed in front of the middle-aged man. Divine power rolled out as he slammed his palm. The middle-aged man screamed as his body was torn apart on the spot. "I'm going in." As soon as the middle-aged man died, Qin Fei Yang retracted his gaze and said something to Huoyi before disappearing without a trace. "The show is about to begin." Huoyi laughed secretly. "En." At the same time, the four ancestral dragons stopped in the void and looked at the broken limbs flying everywhere with a stunned expression. "He died just like that. That was too easy." The Dragon God Temple Master was also stunned. He couldn't believe that he actually killed Qin Fei Yang. However, Yizhong immediately swept his gaze to the crowd outside the plane. By now, he was already sure that the one who died was not Qin Fei Yang. Since it was not Qin Fei Yang, then the real Qin Fei Yang must be in the crowd. But where was he hiding? Swish! The four ancestral dragons came back to their senses and landed beside the Dragon God Temple Master with a look of disbelief. Yizhong looked down at the five of them and sighed, "He's not Qin Fei Yang, you've all been fooled." "He's not." The Dragon God Temple Master looked up at Yizhong, his face full of surprise. "Yes. He's definitely not. The real Qin Fei Yang won't be killed so easily." The four ancestral dragons looked at each other, then rose into the sky and scanned the surroundings. "How can it not be? He's exactly the same as Qin Fei Yang." The Dragon God Temple Master murmured. Boom! At this moment, Yizhong and the four ancestral dragons released their divine senses at the same time, enveloping everyone outside the plane in an instant. At the same time, Lin Yi, who was kneeling on the ground, also looked up at the void around her. Her eyes emitted a milky white light. "It's her." Seeing this, Huoyi's pupils suddenly shrank. It was difficult for him to forget this milky white light. Princess dragons. Although both Princess Dragons and Long Zun had this ability, Long Zun would never lower himself to do this kind of thing. So, this person who impersonated Lin Yi was definitely Princess Dragons. There was no need to think about the old man next to her. He must be one of the dragons. "I didn't find the ancient castle." Yizhong shook his head and looked down at Princess Dragons. The Dragon Princess also shook her head and transmitted her voice, "I didn't see the ancient castle in the void. He must be mixed in with the crowd, but there are too many people, blocking my line of sight. Hurry up and kill everyone." The four ancestral dragons immediately waved their hands. Divine power surged out and condensed into a huge barrier, covering all directions. Yizhong was shocked and hurriedly said, "Your Highness, you can't do this. Everyone else is innocent. It's just a group of ants. Their deaths are not to be regretted." Princess Dragons glanced at the chaotic sea of people. Her eyes were full of coldness. She shouted to the four ancestral dragons, "Attack!" A burly man immediately raised the divine bow in his hand, and a destructive aura immediately rushed out in an overwhelming manner. This person was the ancestral dragon of the Fire Dragon clan. The divine bow in his hand was a heaven-defying divine artifact, Sunset Divine Bow. What does he want to do? Is he going to kill all of us? Run! Everyone immediately fled in horror. But being imprisoned by the barrier, where could they escape to? Their hearts were shrouded in despair. Huoyi hid in the crowd, looking at the panicked people around him. His eyes were full of gloating. You still believe in dragons now? Now you want to follow the dragons to crusade against the Dragon Slayer Palace? A bunch of ignorant fools. After all, they have lived in divine land for most of their lives. They don't even know what the dragons are like. They just blindly followed the crowd. Chapter 2467. Die. The burly man roared, his eyes filled with ferocity. Although Yi Zhong couldn't bear it, the dragon's princess, the 4 ancestral dragons, and the dragon god palace master were all indifferent. Clang. As the burly man finished speaking, the sunset bow let out an earth-shattering sound. Following that, a flaming arrow condensed from divine power shot toward the people outside the plane like lightning. Don't kill us. Why are you so cruel? What did we do wrong? Dragons, you're worse than animals. When faced with death, people often forget about fear. Everyone howled in grief. Ants. The burly man's eyes were full of contempt. He naturally wouldn't care about the howling of ants because he didn't care. Clang. Just as everyone was in despair, accompanied by a sword chime that shook the heavens and earth, a broken sword appeared in the sky. The broken sword, as if splitting the heavens and earth, slashed at the flaming arrow. Sparks flew everywhere, and the flaming arrow was immediately shattered. The dragon's princess and the others immediately looked at the broken sword, and their faces suddenly changed. Qin Batian. Qin Batian actually came in person. Whoosh. A white-haired old man soared into the sky from the crowd and grabbed the broken sword. Qin Batian. The 4 ancestral dragons stared at the old man. He's one of the 4 emperors of the Dragon Slayer Palace, the man called the Qin Emperor. He saved us. The crowd below also looked at the old man in a daze. Haha, the old man looked up at the sky and laughed. He looked at the 4 ancestral dragons and said, "Don't misunderstand. What kind of person is the Qin Emperor? How would I dare to have the same name as him? Since you're already here, why bother hiding?" The burly man snorted. "You're not only blind, but also stupid. Why would the Qin Emperor hide like this? But we have one thing in common. We're all enemies of you dragons." The old man laughed. "You're really not Qin Batian?" The burly man raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Then who are you? Could it be Qin Feiyang? Qin Baishan's divine weapon can only be in the hands of Qin Feiyang." The other 3 ancestral dragons said. "Ha." The old man laughed again, took out a face-restoring pill, and threw it into his mouth. Immediately after, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, his true appearance was restored. It was a young man in his 20s. His fiery red hair fluttered behind him like waves of fire. "It's you, Huiyi." The 4 ancestral dragons shouted in unison. "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Huiyi laughed. The light in the eyes of Princess Dragons disguised as Linyi had already dissipated. She shouted, "Huiyi, save us." Huiyi was stunned. "Still acting? Sure. Then I'll play along with you. Don't worry, I'm here to save you," Huiyi said. "Where's Brother Feiyang?" Princess Dragons asked. "He had more important things to do, so he didn't come." Huiyi shook his head. "He didn't come?" Princess Dragons was taken aback. Yi Zhong, the 4 ancestral dragons, the dragon god temple master, and the old man next to Princess Dragons were also stunned. They carefully set up this trap, but he didn't come? Then, didn't they work in vain for the past 5 years? Huiyi looked at Yi Zhong and the others and said, "If you know what's good for you, let them go immediately, otherwise, I will kill all of you." The eyes of the 4 ancestral dragons flickered. Especially the burly man. When they were in the North region, they were often teased by Huiyi. The dragon god temple master transmitted his voice, "Your Royal Highness, what should we do now? We can catch him first. Because he has a close relationship with Qin Feiyang. As long as we catch him, we don't have to worry about not being able to find Qin Feiyang. Take him down immediately." Princess Dragons secretly yelled at the 4 ancestral dragons. Boom. The 4 ancestral dragons' aura erupted. "You really want to make a move? I was just joking just now. Don't take it seriously." Huiyi's face changed, and he immediately turned and fled. The 4 ancestral dragons were taken aback. Wasn't he still so arrogant just now? Why did he suddenly turn pale? The burly man sneered and said, "It seems that he was just pretending to be calm before. Let's end this quickly." The black-robed old man, the blonde young man, and the silver-haired young man also nodded. Clang. But just as the 4 ancestral dragons were about to kill Huiyi, a loud sound that tore the sky and earth apart suddenly exploded in the void above. Following that, a young man in blood-red clothes covered in blood appeared out of thin air. In his hand, he was holding a 3-feet-long blood sword. He was like a god of death descending. But the power of the blood sword didn't seem to be very strong. In fact, it wasn't that it wasn't strong, but Qin Feiyang deliberately suppressed the power of the blood sword to avoid harming the innocent creatures in the north. Not good. Yi Zhong's face changed, and he immediately rushed toward Princess Dragons. Although Huiyi had been acting all along, and it was very realistic, his intuition told him that this matter wasn't so simple. So he had been secretly paying attention. Sure enough, Qin Feiyang was hiding in the dark. Qin Feiyang. At the same time, the 4 ancestral dragons' faces also changed. "All of you must die." Qin Feiyang spoke word by word, his killing intent soaring to the heavens, and he had already restored his true appearance. As his voice fell, the blood-red sword was like a graceful swan as it rushed toward the 4 ancestral dragons. He didn't care about Princess Dragons. Because there was still Huiyi. Huiyi didn't escape either. With a sword, he shattered the barrier laid down by the 4 ancestral dragons and shouted, "A bunch of idiots, hurry up and run." Those who were imprisoned didn't dare to hesitate and immediately turned around to flee for their lives. Following that, Huiyi looked at Princess Dragons, a hint of ridicule flashed in his eyes, and then he roared, "I'll save you now." Swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, he gripped the broken sword and rushed towards the dragon princess and her companion. And Jiang Dafei naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to help the dragons, so he fled with a group of guards. Looking at the 4 ancestral dragons again, Qin Feiyang's appearance was completely out of their expectations. Especially when they saw the blood sword rushing toward them, their scalps couldn't help but tingle. Because back then, the Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon and Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon had all suffered a great loss under the blood sword. Especially the Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon. If it wasn't for Longzun's clone, he would have already fallen in the Sky Dragon Sea. Quick! The Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon roared. Boom! The 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts suddenly released a terrifying destructive force. They had unlocked the seal. But not all of it. Because there wasn't enough time, they could only hurriedly unlock a little of the seal. Don't panic. I know the power of the blood sword. Although only a little of the seal has been unlocked, the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts can completely crush it. Kill. The Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon roared. Clang. The 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts carried a destructive aura as they charged toward the blood sword. Unlocking a little of the seal is enough. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He had already absorbed all the blood in the Devil's Land, not leaving a single drop behind. It didn't disappoint him. The slaughter domain had barely entered the 3rd stage. One has to know that the power of the 3rd stage of the slaughter domain was already comparable to a fully unlocked divine artifact. Just unlocking a little of the seal was delusional enough to shake the blood sword at this moment. That was simply a fool's dream. In the blink of an eye, almost in an instant, the blood sword tore through the sky and slashed toward the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts. Although the power was suppressed, the edge was unstoppable. Clang. Accompanied by a loud sound, the sunset god bow broke on the spot. What? The Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon's expression suddenly changed. Clang. With another loud sound, the blonde youth's golden battle sword also broke in an instant. Impossible. The blonde youth's face was also filled with disbelief. Clang. The silver-haired youth and the black-robed elder's heaven-defying divine artifacts were also broken by the blood sword. Why is it like this? The two were also shocked to the extreme. It seems to be stronger than before. The dragon's princess's face was also filled with shock. Artifact spirit. Quickly take the opportunity to unlock all the seals. The burly man quivered and immediately roared. What? Unlock all the seals? Yi Zhong's expression changed as he said, you have to think clearly. If the seals are completely unlocked, more than half of the north, including the Dragon God Palace, will be destroyed in an instant. If the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts were completely unlocked, it could only be described as the end of the world. Even the divine Dragon Island would be affected. Because the location of the Dragon God Mountain was already in the center of the divine land. As long as we can kill him, not to mention more than half of the north and a mere Dragon God Palace, even if we destroy the entire north, it doesn't matter. As for the divine Dragon Island, there is the Dragon Sovereign and the other ancestral dragons overseeing it. There is no need to worry at all. This sovereign orders you to unlock the seals immediately. The burly man looked at the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts and shouted sternly. Do you think I will give you a chance? In order to kill you, I have made too many preparations, and even had someone self-destruct for me. Today, you must die. Qin Feiyang's blood-red hair fluttered, and the blood sword was like a graceful swan as it attacked the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts. If the seals were really unlocked, facing the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts, the blood sword might not be a match. Because the current lethality of the blood sword was only comparable to a fully awakened heaven-defying divine artifact, 1 against 4, it would definitely be at a disadvantage. Most importantly, he did not want to implicate innocent people. Clang! In a flash, the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts that were originally cut in half were cut into more than a dozen pieces. After suffering such heavy injuries, they were no longer able to exert their full strength. Damn it, damn it. The 4 ancestral dragons roared. It's you who deserve to die. Qin Feiyang coldly shouted, and the blood sword was like lightning as it attacked the 4 ancestral dragons. It was also at this moment. Yi Zhong rushed to the side of the dragons and princess, and did not care about the 4 ancestral dragons and the Dragon God Palace Master. He took the 2 dragons and prepared to escape. Old bastard, put them down. Hue Yi also rushed over at this moment. The Dragon God Palace Master wanted to stop him, but when he saw the broken sword in Hue Yi's hand, he fled for his life. Princess Dragons looked at Hue Yi and said, Old Yi, I have a plan. Go ahead. Yi Zhong secretly said. Princess Dragons secretly muttered a few words. When Yi Zhong heard this, he quickly said, No, it's too risky. Believe me, it's absolutely possible. Princess Dragons said. All right. Yi Zhong helplessly responded and immediately attacked Hue Yi. Courting death. Hue Yi smiled coldly and slashed out with his sword. Yi Zhong was startled and quickly dodged. Hue Yi did not take advantage of the victory to pursue and landed in front of Princess Dragons and said with a smile, It's fine, don't worry. Thank you. Princess Dragons said gratefully. We're all family, why are you thanking me? Hue Yi smiled speechlessly. Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the Dragon Princess. A dagger gleaming with cold light appeared in her hand that was hidden in her sleeve. Chapter 2468. That's right. Her plan was to take advantage of Hue Yi's unpreparedness and cripple his cultivation. Then, she would use Hue Yi to threaten Qin Feiyang to surrender. However, she thought it was flawless, but unfortunately, Hue Yi had already seen through it. Clang! Without waiting for her to make a move, the broken sword was placed on her neck. Princess Dragon's body stiffened immediately. The person who pretended to be Lin Yi's master next to her, as well as Yi Zhong in the distance, were also shocked. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Hue Yi smiled playfully. What are you doing? Princess Dragons said in a panic. Still acting. In order to lure us out, you first looted the city lord mansion of the major cities, and now you kneel down in public. It's really unfair for you, Your Highness. Hue Yi looked at Princess Dragons with a sneer. What? Princess Dragon's body trembled, and he had already seen through her identity. Hue Yi made a silent gesture and smiled. Don't talk, watch the show first. After saying that, he looked up at Qin Feiyang and the 4 ancestral dragons. At this moment, the blood-colored long sword had already arrived in front of the 4 ancestral dragons. They, who had lost their divine artifact, couldn't block the blood-colored longsword no matter what means they used. The sky-tearing and earth-shattering aura surged forward, leaving ghastly wounds on their bodies, causing them to bleed profusely. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel desperate. Die! Qin Feiyang roared, staring at the four of them. Boom! Seeing that the four of them were about to die under the bloodsword, a monstrous power suddenly rushed out from Princess Dragon's body. Long Zun's clone. The four ancestral dragons suddenly saw hope. However, Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi weren't surprised at all, because they had long known that Long Zun's clone was hidden in Princess Dragon's body. They had already expected that it would definitely appear. Just when Long Zun's clone appeared, a strong murderous intent surged in Hue Yi's eyes. Clang! The broken sword swept across. Ah! With a scream, the head of the Princess of the Dragons shattered on the spot. After her head was crushed, the lower half of her body transformed into a dragon. However, she was different from other divine dragons. The dragon scales on her body were milky white and sparkled like gems. Hue Yi waved his broken sword again, and the dragon princess's divine dragon body also shattered. Your Highness, Yi Zhong, the hall master of the Dragon God Palace, and even the person who pretended to be the sloppy old man were all gritting their teeth. The moment Long Zun's clone came out, he saw his daughter die right in front of him. Instantly, he was enraged. Don't blame me. She asked for it. Hue Yi chuckled and retreated without hesitation. You want to die? Even if a god descends to the mortal world, he won't be able to save you. The dragon sovereign avatar suddenly looked at Hue Yi, a bone-piercing chill emanating from his body. Then, he sent a palm strike towards Hue Yi. The person who had pretended to be the sloppy old man no longer concealed himself as he madly charged towards Hue Yi. Yi Zhong, the Dragon God Palace Master, also charged towards Hue Yi. Fuck. The four ancestral dragons are about to lose their lives, and you're still chasing after me. Are you guys crazy? Seeing this, Hue Yi turned around and fled in fear. He originally thought that these people would rush to save the four ancestral dragons, but he didn't expect them to chase after him. If the broken sword wasn't sealed, he could still fight. But now, he could only run for his life. Lord Long Zun, the four ancestral dragons also thought that Long Zun's clone would save them, but the result was far beyond their expectations. Clang! Accompanied by a cry of despair, the blood-colored sword fell, and the sharp edge instantly drowned them. Ah! Four screams suddenly resounded through the sky. They had all changed back to their true forms. A black dragon, a fire dragon, a golden dragon, and a silver dragon had a cluster of divine fire patterns between their eyebrows. This was the symbol of an ancestral dragon. But even if they changed back to their divine dragon bodies, it was useless. Their huge bodies were cut into several pieces by the bloodsword, and their divine souls were also torn into pieces by the sword qi. What? Yi Zhong turned his head to look, and his face immediately changed. The four ancestral dragons were killed just like that. It seemed that he had greatly underestimated this kid's strength. Slaughter domain, what kind of divine technique was this? How could it have such heaven-defying lethality? Seeing this scene, Long Zun's clone was undoubtedly even more furious, and he slapped at Hue Yi. Hue Yi raised the broken sword horizontally. Long Zun's clone slapped the broken sword, and Hue Yi spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The arm that grabbed the broken sword was torn open and shattered on the spot. The broken sword also immediately flew out of his hand. He hurriedly stretched out his other hand and grabbed the broken sword. This was given to him by Qin Batian, so he couldn't lose it. After grabbing the broken sword, Hue Yi smashed into the ground below like a meteorite. Old witch, you're really scary. Hue Yi's heart trembled. Although the broken sword was sealed, it was still a heaven-defying divine artifact, but it couldn't block the power of Long Zun's clone's palm. Kill him. Long Zun's clone no longer cared about Hue Yi, and coldly shouted at Yi Zhong and the other two, and rushed towards the four heaven-defying divine artifact fragments. Yi Zhong, the Dragon God Palace Master, and the sloppy old man who pretended to be the sloppy old man also immediately rushed towards Hue Yi. Hold on. Qin Feiyang said to Hue Yi, and also rushed towards the 4 heaven-defying divine artifact fragments. Even if a heaven-defying divine artifact was left with the last fragment, it could slowly be repaired with the passage of time. So, these 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts must be snatched. However, although he was closer, Long Zun's clone's speed was faster than him. Almost at the same time, they rushed in front of the 4 heaven-defying divine artifact fragments. You still want the divine artifact, are you dreaming? Long Zun's clone said coldly, and slapped at Qin Feiyang with all his strength. I think you still haven't figured out one thing. The current slaughter domain and the previous slaughter domain are no longer on the same level. Not to mention a mere clone, even if your original body came, I would still kill you. Qin Feiyang smiled and slashed out with his sword. How is this possible? Along with a cry of surprise, Long Zun's clone was annihilated on the spot. What? Lord Long Zun's clone was actually killed by the blood sword? Yi Zhong and the other two looked at this scene in horror. Wasn't this child already invincible? Go! Yi Zhong shouted without hesitation, and swept up the 2 people from the Dragon God Palace, and turned to escape. Stay. Hue Yi laughed. He was originally quite worried, but he didn't expect the blood sword to be so strong now. The broken sword in his hand immediately flew out, turning into a graceful, and slashed towards the 3 people like lightning. At the same time, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, sending the 4 heaven-defying divine artifact fragments into the ancient castle, and also controlled the blood sword to attack the 3 people. Following 2 miserable screams, the Dragon God Palace Master and the sloppy old man's body were torn into pieces on the spot. Too terrifying. Yi Zhong's entire body was also dripping with blood. The broken sword was still fine, but he really couldn't block the sharp edge of the blood-red sword. In the nick of time, he slapped the broken sword with a backhand. His arm was instantly shattered. But the broken sword was also knocked away. Following closely, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He immediately activated an auxiliary divine art and flew away like lightning. Chase. Hue Yi flew over, grabbed the broken sword, and chased after Yi Zhong. Don't chase. Qin Feiyang hurriedly reached out to stop him, and shouted, immediately open the altar, let's go. Go. Hue Yi frowned. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, if we don't leave now, Long Zun and the other ancestral dragons will come. When Hue Yi heard this, his expression changed slightly, and he immediately opened an altar. Qin Feiyang also waved his hand and stored the bodies of the 4 ancestral dragons and the Dragon God Palace Master into the Black Tortoise realm, and then rushed towards the altar. Boom! It was also at this moment. Several terrifying auras descended. Hue Yi was already standing on the altar. When he looked up, his expression changed drastically. 7 figures appeared in the sky at the same time. The one in the lead was Long Zun. The other 6 were also ancestral dragons. Quick! Hue Yi shouted. It's too late to come now. Qin Feiyang sneered, rushed onto the altar, raised the blood-red sword, and slashed out. A wave of blood-red sword qi instantly rushed towards the 7 people in an earth-shattering manner. Long Zun and the other 6 attacked together. By the time they managed to defeat the sword qi with great difficulty, Qin Feiyang and Long Zun had already disappeared without a trace. It's just a sword qi, but it actually requires the 7 of us to work together, and we can't defeat it quickly. It's indeed terrifying. One of them said in a deep voice. Another person looked at Long Zun and said, Lord, the Sunset Divine Bow, these 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts, can't fall into his hand. Long Zun clenched her fists. She originally thought that Qin Feiyang entered the inland sea to sneak into Divine Dragon Island. Only now did she know that it was to collect blood to open the slaughter domain in preparation for this moment. The power of the slaughter domain was also much stronger than the previous 2 times. Could it be that as long as there was blood in this slaughter domain, it could become stronger endlessly? How could there be such a perverted divine art in this world? Lord Long Zun? The 6 ancestral dragons looked at Long Zun suspiciously. Be quiet. Long Zun shouted. Now she was about to go crazy. His cultivation was clearly so weak, but he had repeatedly caused her dragons to suffer great losses. The slaughter domain needs blood. And Qin Feiyang won't kill humans, only sea beasts and beasts. Now, you will go and guard the North Sea, East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and the Inland Sea. Because only these few places have enough sea beasts and beasts. As long as you see him appear, directly unlock the seal of the heaven-defying divine artifact and kill him at all cost. Long Zun shouted. Yes. The 6 of them respectfully responded, opened the altar, and left. Qin Feiyang. Qin Batian. You two damn things, don't rush to be proud. The real battle hasn't begun yet. Wait until I, the dragons, bring out my true strength. Then you will know that the slaughter domain and the heaven-defying divine artifact are all trash that can't withstand a single blow. Long Zun murmured, turned around, and disappeared. In the sky above a certain mountain range, 2 figures appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi. Haha, this time, it's really satisfying. Hue Yi laughed again and again. Qin Feiyang also laughed. Not only did he successfully kill the 4 ancestral dragons, princess dragons, and the dragon god palace master, but he also snatched 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts. Compared to what he had done in the past, it was simply not on the same level. Qin Feiyang, since your slaughter domain is so strong, why don't you directly kill Long Zun? Hue Yi was curious. Chapter 2469. The current slaughter is indeed very strong. But it's only comparable to a fully awakened heaven-defying artifact. The dragons still have so many heaven-defying artifacts. If the seals on them are unlocked, then we can only wait for death. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said. So that's how it is. Hue Yi suddenly realized and frowned. With so much blood, we can only reach the 3rd stage. How much blood do we need to reach the 4th stage? We can only barely reach the 3rd stage. As for the 4th stage, it's actually just my guess. I don't know if we can reach that level. Qin Feiyang said. Even if we can't reach the 4th stage, it's still very heaven-defying. Hue Yi laughed. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, but we have to keep a low profile in the future. Keeping a low profile isn't my style, Hue Yi said. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, the stored blood has been exhausted. In a short time, we can't find enough blood to open the 3rd stage. Let's go to the Inland Sea again. That place is a treasure trove for you. Hue Yi smiled sinisterly. Do you think the dragons will let me smoothly collect blood in the future? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Hue Yi was surprised. You mean, the dragons will let people guard the major sea areas? Definitely. And if there are no accidents, the ones guarding the major sea areas will definitely be the ancestral dragon. When they see me running to collect blood, I'm afraid they will directly unseal the heaven-defying artifact without saying a word. Qin Feiyang said. That makes sense. After all, your slaughter is too strong. If we don't find a way to stop you from collecting blood, I'm afraid the dragons will be destroyed in your hands sooner or later. Hue Yi nodded. That's why we have to keep a low profile in the future. Qin Feiyang said. Then, why don't we just kill our way to the Dragon God Palace and loot the Dragon God Palace's medicinal herbs, crystal veins, and spirit veins? Hue Yi suggested. Big brother, are you trying to kill me? The plan has failed, and the Dragon Princess is dead. The Dragon Sovereign will definitely find trouble with Yi Zhong. If we go to the Dragon God's Palace now, won't that be suicide? The herbs, crystal veins, and spirit veins of the Dragon God's Palace cannot be let go of, but this matter must be considered at length. Qin Feiyang said. All right. Hue Yi nodded. In any case, he just had to listen to this fellow. Let's go. Let's go to the castle and see our spoils of war. Qin Feiyang smiled and led Hue Yi into the castle's hall. At this moment, Fire Lotus, Big Black Wolf, Golden Divine Ray, and Black Panther were all there, but the white-eyed wolf was nowhere to be seen. Right now, it was completely immersed in seclusion, and no one could make it move. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, the Big Black Wolf immediately said, Big brother, I'm not dreaming, right? These are all heaven-defying divine artifacts. The fragments of the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts were all floating in the air in front of them, their light dim. Hue Yi directly kicked him. The Big Black Wolf howled and crashed into the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. Why did you kick me? The big black wolf got up and said angrily. Does it hurt? Huiyi asked. Nonsense. Let me try kicking you. The big black wolf said angrily. Then come at me. Huiyi looked at it teasingly. The big black wolf shrunk its neck. It really didn't have the guts. Since it hurts, then it's not a dream. Huiyi rolled his eyes at it. The big black wolf was stunned for a moment, then immediately rushed in front of Qin Feiyang, and said, Big brother, you said that you would give me a divine artifact, you can't go back on your word. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly, looked at the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts, and asked, Fire Lotus, how are they? The main body has been severely injured, causing the artifact spirit to be on the verge of death. We have to wait for the artifact spirit to wake up and the main body to repair before we can drip blood to recognize it as the master. Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang said, Then you'll keep an eye on them from now on. These heaven-defying divine artifacts were all very powerful. If he didn't keep an eye on them, once the main body was repaired, they might do something that would make him despair. Keeping an eye on them is no problem. But, for such heaven-defying divine artifacts, they must be willing to follow us, otherwise, even if we drip blood to recognize them as the master, we might not be able to control them. Fire Lotus said worriedly. When the artifact spirit recovers, tell me immediately, I'll talk to them. If there's no other way, before their main body recovers, we'll destroy them. Qin Feiyang said. Destroy them? Big brother, these are heaven-defying divine artifacts, it would be a pity to destroy them. Hearing that, the big black wolf hurriedly said. If we can't convince them, then they're a threat to us, understand? Qin Feiyang looked at it speechlessly, then looked at Fire Lotus and asked, Where are the corpses of the 4 ancestral dragons? Outside. Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang turned and walked out of the ancient castle. In the air above the courtyard, there were divine dragon bodies floating. Even if they were dead, the bodies of the ancestral dragons contained extremely terrifying divine power. Golden Dragon Ancestral Dragon, Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon, Silver Dragon Ancestral Dragon, Blackhead Ancestral Dragon. There are also 2 black dragons. Qin Feiyang looked at them one by one, and when he saw the 2 black dragons, he was slightly stunned. He was very familiar with the aura of one of the black dragons. It was the Dragon God Palace Master. And the aura of the other black dragon, he also had a familiar feeling. It seemed to be, right. The patriarch of the Black Dragon clan, it was him. It was exactly the same as when they met at the seaside. Huiyi asked, You recognize it? Yes. It's the patriarch of the Black Dragon clan. Qin Feiyang nodded. Damn, it's a ruthless character. The ancestral dragon and patriarch are both dead. This time the Black Dragon clan will suffer a great loss. Huiyi smirked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Not only that, but the 10th elder of the Black Dragon clan was also killed by the axe at the seaside. Ha, serves them right for coming to my 9 Heavens Palace to show off. Huiyi laughed heartily. Back then, it was the ancestral dragon of the Black Dragon clan who led the dragons to 9 Heavens Palace. This time, it could be said that he got his revenge. The golden sea python on the side glanced at Huiyi, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang and stammered, Can you give me this golden dragon ancestral dragon's body? Give it to you. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. The golden sea python stuttered. Huiyi shouted, If you have something to say, then say it. The golden sea python said, I want to fuse with its body because its body will definitely allow me to transform into the golden dragon ancestral dragon. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. That's right. The 4 ancestral dragons' bodies were the true ancestral dragon's body. Now that the golden dragon ancestral dragon was dead, maybe the golden sea python could really replace it after fusing with its body and become the new golden dragon ancestral dragon. Huiyi said, Even so, why should we give it to you? I was wrong, okay? I was too ignorant and thought that you guys weren't the ancestral dragon's opponent. Now, I believe it. I also promise that I will follow you guys wholeheartedly in the future. Even if I transform into an ancestral dragon in the future, I will never betray you. The golden sea python lay in the void, looking at Qin Feiyang and Huiyi with a pleading expression. That's right. It had always been pessimistic about Qin Feiyang and the others. But it didn't expect that they would actually kill the ancestral dragon, and 4 ancestral dragons at once. Not long ago, when Qin Feiyang sent the 4 ancestral dragons' bodies to the Black Tortoise world, the shock in its heart couldn't be described with words. With the slave seal controlling you, you dare to betray us? Hue Yi smiled disdainfully. Yes, yes, yes. The golden sea python nodded repeatedly. Hue Yi looked at Qin Feiyang and said, then why don't you give it to it? You have the final say. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Hue Yi looked at the golden sea python and said, take it and go into seclusion. If you don't transform into an ancestral dragon, I will skin you alive. Thank you, thank you. The golden sea python was wild with joy. Taking the golden dragon ancestral dragon's body, it found an open space and began to fuse with it. Fire Lotus retracted her gaze and said with a smile, this isn't something that can be fused in a short time. The ancestral dragon's cultivation was too strong, and its vitality was also vigorous. It wasn't a simple matter to fuse with it. Hue Yi asked, then what should we do with the rest? The Dragon God Hall Master and the Black Dragon's bodies are directly sent to the Divine Treasury. As for the ancestral dragon, keep it, it may be useful in the future. Fire Lotus, I'll leave this matter to you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay. Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang suddenly looked at Hue Yi and asked, I didn't notice it just now, but when you killed the dragon's princess, what was her original form? Hue Yi said, Sky Dragon. Sky Dragon? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. The Sky Dragon is an existence second only to the purple gold divine dragon. And the main ability of the Sky Dragon is healing. It can be said that the healing ability of the Sky Dragon surpasses all pills. Hue Yi said. Qin Feiyang said, in that case, the Dragon Sovereign is also a Sky Dragon? Most likely. Hue Yi nodded. No wonder she was able to repair the broken Sunset Divine Bow in a few moves in the Sky Dragon Sea. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. However, with the death of the dragon's princess, it could be considered as one less big problem. Because her abilities were really unsolvable. Qin Dage. The dragons suffered heavy losses this time, they will definitely not let this go. You have to be more careful in the future. Because without the slaughter domain, not to mention the Dragon Sovereign, even the ancestral dragon can kill you. Fire Lotus warned. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, where's Hong Yi? In the cultivation room on the 2nd floor of the ancient castle. Every time he wakes up, I will knock him unconscious. Now looking at his head, I can't bear to do it. Fire Lotus covered her mouth and laughed. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Then how miserable was Hong Yi? He entered the ancient castle and went straight to the cultivation room on the 2nd floor. When he saw Hong Yi, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. At this moment, Hong Yi's head was full of bulges. Could it be that Fire Lotus said she couldn't bear to do it? Because there was no place to do it. Qin Feiyang closed the slaughter domain, picked up Hong Yi, and prepared to leave the ancient castle. At this time, Hue Yi ran over and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, take me out with you. What are you going out for? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. I'm going to the major sea regions to see if there's an ancestral dragon overseeing them. Hue Yi said. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, then you have to be careful. Don't worry. Hue Yi smiled. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the 3 appeared outside. Hue Yi said, give me the spacetime gate too. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Hue Yi said, I want to go back to the 9th Heaven Palace to take a look. You won't be worried, right? Fire Lotus is with me. Do you think I'm afraid you'll run away? Qin Feiyang shook his head, took out the spacetime gate, and handed it to Hue Yi. Despicable. You only know how to use her to threaten me. Hue Yi looked at Qin Feiyang with disdain, and then began to leave through an altar. Is this considered threatening? Qin Feiyang touched his nose, looking a little stunned. Chapter 2470. Shaking his head, Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. Buzz. Soon. A shadow appeared. It was Jiang Dafei. Young lord, you did a great job this time. It's so satisfying. Jiang Dafei was excited. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, I'll give you a task. Jiang Dafei was taken aback and hurriedly said, please tell me. Announce what the dragons have done in the past few years, as well as the fact that the princess and the black dragons impersonated Lin Yi. Qin Feiyang said. The dragons used this incident to make the Dragon Slayer Temple the target of public criticism. Naturally, he had to give them a taste of their own medicine. As long as the truth was made public, those who were originally neutral would inevitably start to lean towards the Dragon Slayer Temple. Even the followers of the dragons would probably be dissatisfied and turn to support the Dragon Slayer Temple. Announce. How would I dare to do this? Jiang Dafei was shocked. Wasn't announcing these things courting death? Qin Feiyang said, I didn't ask you to announce it. Just spread it secretly. Okay then. I'll do it myself. Jiang Dafei nodded. He didn't feel at ease leaving it to others, even his confidants. Send me a message when you're done. I'll send you to the Black Tortoise Realm to cultivate. Qin Feiyang smiled. Thank you, young lord. Jiang Dafei was overjoyed and said gratefully. Qin Feiyang turned off the image crystal, took a phantom pill, and changed into Li Biyuer's appearance. He continued to suppress his cultivation to the level of a war god and then looked down at Hong Yi. After a while, Hong Yi woke up. It hurts. He rubbed his head immediately. However, when his hands touched his head, he froze. What's going on? Why are there so many bumps? Who is it? How preposterous. He actually dared to make a move behind his back. You're awake. Qin Feiyang looked down at Hong Yi and smiled. Hong Yi was stunned. He looked up at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, Did you hit me? Why would I hit you? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Hong Yi frowned and said, Then what's with these big meat buns on my head? Qin Feiyang coughed and said with a smile, It's Cao Dayuan. Cao Dayuan? Hong Yi was slightly taken aback. After carefully recalling for a moment, he nodded and said, Yes, it was him. At that time, I was talking to you when he suddenly knocked me out from behind. But why did he hit me? Qin Feiyang said, He must have gone crazy. Crazy? Then where is he now? How dare he hit me? Watch how I teach him a lesson. Hong Wan said angrily. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, He had something to do and left. I don't know where he went. When Hong Yi heard this, he immediately said angrily, Damned thing, don't let me catch you. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Let's go back to the Dragon God Hall first. What about the divine pill? Hong Wan looked at Qin Feiyang flatteringly. Don't worry, I'll give you a few more when we go back. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Hong Yi smiled and opened an altar. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, Did you forget something? What is it? Hong Wan was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, Send me to your spatial divine item. Yes. Hong Yi patted his head and sent Qin Feiyang to the spatial divine item before stepping on the altar. After smoothly returning to the Dragon God Hall, Qin Feiyang took out 3 healing pills and handed them to Hong Wan. Hong Wan was overjoyed as if he had received a treasure. Qin Feiyang said, Don't give these divine pills to others. Why? Hong Wan was puzzled. I don't want to cause a sensation. In short, I just want to keep a low profile and cultivate in the Dragon God Hall. Qin Feiyang said. I see. Don't worry. I won't be stupid enough to give them to others. After all, these are life-saving divine pills. Hong Wan smiled. Qin Feiyang said, Then let's establish a contract bridge. It's my honor. Hong Wan immediately took out the image crystal. After establishing the contract, Hong Wan put away the divine pills and returned to the law enforcement hall happily. How could such a thing happen? The 4 ancestral dragons were killed and the divine artifact was stolen. Who is this Qin Feiyang? His strength is actually so terrifying. Along the way, Hong Wan soon heard about what happened in the plains not long ago. No way. When did such a big thing happen? Hong Wan was shocked. He looked at the disciples who were discussing and flew down. Greetings, enforcers. Several disciples immediately bowed in respect. What did you say just now? The 4 ancestral dragons were killed. Hong Wan frowned. You don't know about such a big thing? The disciples looked at him in surprise. Answer whatever I ask you. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hongwan said angrily. Yes, yes, yes. Not only the 4 ancestral dragons were killed, but the Hall Master is also dead. I heard that even the Chief Hall Master Yi Zhong risked his life to escape. Just now, Lord Longzun also came to our Dragon God Hall. He seemed to be looking for Yi Zhong. The disciples said. When did this happen? Hongwan was surprised. Not long ago, on the plains outside the Dragon God mountain range. It's too terrifying. Although we weren't there, I heard from those who know that Qin Feiyang is simply a god descending to the mortal world. The faces of the disciples were filled with shock. Qin Feiyang? Hongwan was stunned. Who was this? Although he was an enforcer of the Dragon God Hall, his authority was limited and he didn't know about Qin Feiyang's situation. I have to go back and ask around. Hongwan muttered, opened the altar, and quickly returned to the enforcer hall. In a certain hall, Longzun stared at Yi Zhong angrily and shouted, How are you going to explain this to me? What should I explain? You also know that I didn't agree with this plan at first. Let's talk about it later. At that time on the plains, I had already told this Hall Master of the Northern Dragon God Hall that the situation wasn't right and he shouldn't be impulsive. It was he who didn't listen and acted rashly. Now that you're here to blame me, who should I look for? Yi Zhong looked at Longzun with dissatisfaction. You still have a reason? Longzun was furious. This plan was controlled by Her Highness. I was just assisting from the side, so the responsibility is not mine. Yi Zhong said. Good, good, good. You're right. Then go and find Qin Feiyang for me now. Longzun said angrily. To be honest, I don't think I have the ability. Because I haven't seen him before, I always thought it was an exaggeration. This time, after witnessing it with my own eyes, although I don't know much about him at present, I can already see that he is not a simple character. Although he is just a junior, in some ways, he is more terrifying than us. Yi Zhong said. I knew you would answer this way. Longzun snorted coldly. Sigh. Yi Zhong sighed, looked at Longzun, and suggested, why don't we talk to him? Talk to him about what? Doesn't this show that I, Longzun, am afraid of him? Think about it carefully. I didn't ask you to come to the Northern Dragon God Hall for your retirement. Longzun said coldly, then turned and left. Qin Batian, why is your descendant so difficult to deal with? What a headache. Yi Zhong rubbed his forehead and couldn't help but feel irritated. Time flew by. 3 days later. The news that Princess Dragons and Black Dragons pretended to be Lin Yi's master spread wildly in Divine Prefecture. I didn't expect all this to be a trick of the dragons. I must have been blind back then to actually believe their nonsense. Thanks to that person named Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi. Otherwise, we would have died on the plain. These beasts simply don't treat us as humans. Can any of you contact the people of the Dragon Slayer Temple? I will join the Dragon Slayer Temple and kill all these trash. There was no suspense. As soon as this news spread, the dragons fell into deep trouble. Everyone was cursing behind their backs. Many dragons' diehard fans couldn't help but change their minds. The dragons despise humans so much. Is it really worth it to serve the dragons? 3 days outside. The ancient castle had been here for 300 years. After Qin Feiyang sent Hongyi away, he stayed in the ancient castle, cultivating while guarding the 4 heaven-defying artifacts. 300 years had passed. The body of the heaven-defying artifacts had healed, but the artifact spirit had not awakened. 300 years later, the golden sea python was still fusing with the golden dragon ancestral dragon. Feng Dazi's divine soul was still far from condensing a complete divine soul. Buzz. On this day, the image crystal rang. It was Jiang Dafei. Jiang Dafei said, the news has been spread out, and it has a great impact on the dragons. That's expected. Qin Feiyang nodded. Also, what everyone is most curious about now is your identity. I often hear people talking about who Qin Feiyang is. Who is Hui Yi? The people of the Divine Prefecture are full of admiration for you. There are even many people who want to join you. And the higher-ups of the Dragon Slayer Temple also have a high opinion of you. Jiang Dafei laughed. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said, paper can't wrap fire. You can spread my identity. Okay. Jiang Dafei nodded. What about the list? Qin Feiyang asked. I've got it. Jiang Dafei said. Okay, I'll ask Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan to go to you directly. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, are you done with your work? I want to go to you now. But the Lord of the Dragon God Temple is dead, and I'm the only one in charge of the Holy Dragon City now. I'm afraid I can't leave for the time being. Jiang Dafei said regretfully. It's a good thing. Take the opportunity to perform well. When the new messenger of the dragons arrives and sees how well you manage the Holy Dragon City, he might take the initiative to make you the city lord. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Jiang Dafei said, I'll do my best. But you can't fall behind in your cultivation. Since you're following me, you can't always stay in the same place. You have to aim for the eternal realm. Qin Feiyang said. I'll keep that in mind. Jiang Dafei nodded. Okay. I'll ask Li Changhe and the others to go to you. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he turned off the image crystal and sent a message to Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan. After receiving the message, the two of them were also overjoyed. With the list, the task was much easier. The two of them immediately changed their appearances and went to the Holy Dragon City to find Jiang Dafei. Chapter 2471. Half a month later. Huoyi sent another message. There was indeed an ancestral dragon guarding the inner sea of the four great seas. It was almost impossible for Qin Feiyang to collect enough blood to open the third stage. In the future, he had to keep a low profile so as not to get into trouble. That young man had not appeared since the last time he came to find Qin Feiyang. On the same day, the Nine-Heaven realm of the northern region was also in an uproar. The Vice Palace Master Yi Xiaoyao, who had disappeared for a long time, finally returned. But they didn't know that the Vice Palace Master had always been there, but he had changed his identity. However, even when Huoyi returned, he did not mention this identity to the upper echelons of the Nine-Heaven Palace. In the Great Council Hall, Yi Xiaoyao sat right above. This time, of course, he was showing his true face. His facial features were handsome, and his eyebrows were like swords. He was about 1.8 meters tall, neither fat nor thin, and his entire body exuded the aura of a superior. There was also a fire lotus pattern between his eyebrows. The Great Elder, the other 9 Great Elders, Shangguan Fenglan, and a group of upper echelons sat respectfully at the side. Not bad. I haven't been back for so long, and there hasn't been any trouble in the Nine-Heaven Palace. Yi Xiaoyao chuckled. Hearing this, the big shots looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. What's wrong? Yi Xiaoyao looked at them suspiciously. The Great Elder said, Vice Palace Master, you really don't know what happened these years? Yi Xiaoyao was stunned and asked suspiciously, are you talking about Qin Feiyang? It seems that you know. There's also a person called Huoyi who claims to be your disciple. The Great Elder said. Cough cough. Yi Xiaoyao coughed dryly and nodded. Huoyi is indeed my disciple. The Great Elder was speechless. We don't object to you taking in disciples, but no matter what, you should have told us in advance. If I had told you in advance, would I have been able to find out about the chaos in the Nine-Heaven Palace? Parasites like Feng Yuan should have been eliminated long ago. And some elders. He's also a person of virtue and prestige in our northern region, but what kind of trash are his disciples? Yi Xiaoyao said angrily, glancing at the second elder. Plop. Second elder's body trembled. He immediately knelt on the ground and said, I was wrong. Please punish me, Vice Palace Master. You also know that you're wrong? Then when Huoyi and Qin Feiyang exposed Yu Zijie in the Great Council Hall, did you still protect him? Yi Xiaoyao shouted. Back then, Yu Zijie had colluded with Yin Hui to frame Qin Feiyang and the others. It had caused quite a stir in the northern region. The second elder lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I was confused for a moment and I'm willing to accept the punishment. If I wanted to punish you, do you think you would still be alive? As Yi Xiaoyao spoke, he released a trace of his aura. Everyone's eyes trembled. This aura seemed to be even stronger than before. Vice Palace Master, you, the first elder, looked at Yi Xiaoyaro in disbelief. Not bad. I've already stepped into the initial imperishable level. Yi Xiaoyaro nodded. Initial immortal. A look of ecstasy appeared on everyone's faces. In the northern region, an initial imperishable realm expert was absolutely invincible. I see. You were cultivating in seclusion all these years when you disappeared. The first elder suddenly understood. That's right. Yi Xiaoyaro nodded and looked at the second elder. Tell me, if I wanted to kill you, would you still be alive today? Thank you for not killing me, Vice Palace Master. The second elder hurriedly bowed. Be a good person in the future and do things honestly. I don't want to see such things happen again. Yi Xiaoyaro withdrew his aura and said. Yes. The second elder nodded. Yi Xiaoyaro said, also, let me tell you a piece of good news. The ancestral dragon of the Black Dragon clan has died. What? Everyone looked at each other. There's another news. The palace master is still alive. Yi Xiaoyaro threw out another piece of explosive news. The palace master is still alive. How is that possible? The group of people was dumbfounded. Especially the first elder. He wanted to believe it, but he didn't dare to. Since the palace master is alive, why didn't she come back? Where is she now? Shangguan Fenglan came back to her senses and asked Yi Xiaoyaro. She has something to do. She won't come back for the time being. Yi Xiaoyaro shook his head and said, it's also possible that she will never come back. Never come back? Everyone was stunned. The first elder asked suspiciously, what do you mean? You will understand in the future. Don't ask any other questions. I have to leave again later. All the affairs of the Jotian Palace will still be handled by the first elder. Yi Xiaoyaro said. You're leaving again? The first elder was slightly stunned. A trace of displeasure crept up his face as he said angrily, you're addicted to being a hands-off boss. Yi Xiaoyaro smiled embarrassedly and said, capable people do more work. The first elder rolled his eyes. All right, all of you can leave. First elder, go and call Madman. I'll wait for him here. Yi Xiaoyaro waved his hand. Yes. Everyone responded respectfully and turned to leave. Yi Xiaoyaro rolled his eyes and looked at Shangguan Fenglan. Fenglan, you stay here first. Shangguan Fenglan was stunned and then responded respectfully. After everyone left, she turned to look at Yi Xiaoyaro and bowed. What other orders do you have, Vice Palace Master? That, cough. Yi Xiaoyaro coughed and said, I heard from my disciple that the two of you, Shangguan Fenglan couldn't help but blush. Yi Xiaoyaro smiled and said, as long as you are both willing, I won't object. Vice Palace Master, this, Shangguan Fenglan was at a loss for a moment. How old are you? Why are you still shy? Give me a straightforward answer. Do you like him or not? Yi Xiaoyaro said. Shangguan Fenglan lowered her head, and her face was as red as an apple. She murmured, I like him. Yi Xiaoyaro was delighted and nodded. That's right. If you love him, you should say it out loud. When my disciple comes back, I will personally grant you a marriage. Thank you, Vice Palace Master. Shangguan Fenglan said. All right, you can leave. Yi Xiaoyaro waved his hand. Shangguan Fenglan blushed and turned to run out. Yi Xiaoyaro touched his chin narcissistically and chuckled. So Lan wasn't joking. She really likes me. Wait. She likes Hu Yi, not Yi Xiaoyaro. If she finds out that I am Hu Yi in the future, will she fall out with me on the spot? Should I call her back now and confess? No. If she falls out with me, then I won't have any hope in the future. What should I do? The more he thought about it, the more distressed Yi Xiaoyaro became. Da. Soon. Accompanied by steady footsteps, a young man in black walked into the hall. It was Madman. You're still willing to come back? When Madman saw Yi Xiaoyaro, he didn't seem to have much respect. Yi Xiaoyaro was speechless. Hey, I'm still the Vice Palace Master. What does it have to do with me? Madman sat at the table casually, crossing his legs and raising his eyebrows. Yi Xiaoyaro said angrily, "Can't you change your personality? I'm born with it. I can't change it. Cut the crap. If you have something to say, say it. I'm very busy." Madman began to get impatient. Yi Xiaoyaro shook his head and smiled bitterly. He sized up Madman and nodded. "Not bad, you've already stepped into the early stage of the Paragon God realm. SOSO. Compared to you, I definitely can't compare," Madman said. Yi Xiaoyaro said, "But do you know? Qin Feiyang has already stepped into the half-step Paragon God realm. So fast." Madman suddenly stood up and stared at Yi Xiaoyaro in shock. "Back then, Qin Batian surpassed you. Now, Qin Feiyang has surpassed you again. Your title of genius is a bit unworthy." Yi Xiaoyaro chuckled. When Madman heard this, he returned to his seat with a look of indifference. Yi Xiaoyaro looked at Madman in a daze. This reaction was different from what he imagined. "I'm not a genius to begin with. It's you boring people who forced it on me." Madman pursed his lips. The corner of Yi Xiaoyao's mouth twitched. He said angrily, "Your foster father's death was a huge blow to you. We all know that, but now that you've taken your revenge, can't you be more serious?" "Foster father," Madman muttered. "Back then, your foster father was also a famous figure in the northern region. As his foster son, you don't have to be very promising, but at least you can't smear his name. Let's talk about it later. The Grand Elder also had high hopes for you and treated you as his own grandson. Can you bear to see him disappointed? Although you've been in seclusion for the past few years, everyone can see that you have no fighting spirit at all." Yi Xiaoyaro said. Madman frowned. "You specifically called me here to say this. I want to cheer you up. Your talent is not inferior to Qin Feiyang. As long as you bring out your fighting spirit, you will definitely have amazing achievements in the future. I sincerely hope that you can become the future pillar of Empyrean Palace. No. You can't be too narrow-minded. You have to be a man who stands at the peak of the ancient world," Yi Xiaoyaro said. Madman frowned. "A person's life should be grand and spectacular. Think about it carefully. If you've thought it through, go to the Sky Dragon Sea tomorrow morning and wait for me. I'll bring you to a place. If you don't go, then I'll take it that I've misjudged you," Yi Xiaoyaro said. Not interested. Madman got up and walked out directly. "This guy." Yi Xiaoyaro shook his head, his expression filled with helplessness. But in fact, he didn't know that Madman's heart was in a mess at this moment. "Foster father, old man, do you all also hope that I can become someone like Qin Batian? But what's the point of becoming such a person, late at night? In the outer sect, at the peak of an uninhabited mountain, the madman stood by himself. He looked up at the starry sky, and his dark eyes were filled with an unprecedented confusion. Of course it's meaningful. Because we humans need fair treatment, need a peaceful world, and all these need to rely on our own hands and hard work to obtain. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded behind Madman. Chapter 2472. Old man. Madman was slightly taken aback. He turned around and saw Grand Elder standing not far away with a kind face. Madman frowned and asked, "When did you come?" "Seeing you come back from the meeting hall with a heavy heart, I was worried, so I followed you." Grand Elder laughed hoarsely and walked to Madman's side. Madman said unhappily, "Not bad, now you know to follow me." "Who talks like that?" "I'm worried about you. If it was someone else, do you think I would care about them?" The Great Elder was fuming with rage. "Who wants you to care?" Madman pursed his lips, but a warm feeling flowed in his heart. Grand Elder shook his head helplessly and smiled. "I don't know what the Vice Palace Master said to you. However, you have always been this old man's pride. Do what you want to do, don't leave any regrets in your life." Then he patted Madman's shoulder and left without saying anything else. Madman was silent. Seeing Grand Elder about to disappear, Madman suddenly turned around and looked at Grand Elder's back. He shouted, "Old man, you have to take care of yourself. Although I'm old, I don't need others to take care of me. When the time comes, you're not young anymore, hurry up and find a woman. I still want to wait until I retire to hug my great-grandson and enjoy the happiness of family." Grand Elder waved his hand without looking back and disappeared from Madman's sight. Old man. Madman cursed, but there was a trace of a smile on his face. Fine. As you wish, I'll go out and explore. I'll let the dragons, the ancient world, and the entire world tremble under my feet. At this moment, he was like a different person from before, emitting a shocking sharpness. The next day. Divine Land. Inside the ancient castle. Qin Fei Yang was still guarding beside the 4 heaven-defying artifacts. Wang. Suddenly. The image crystal began to move. Qin Fei Yang opened his eyes and took out the image crystal. A figure quickly appeared. It was Hue Yi. Didn't you go to the northern region? How can you still send me a message? Qin Fei Yang was suspicious. You're back, Hue Yi said. So fast. Qin Fei Yang was surprised. How long can it take to go back and take a look? Let's not talk about this for now. Come to the Fenghua brothel. I have a surprise for you. Hue Yi laughed. Surprise? Qin Fei Yang was slightly surprised and asked, which room? 8th floor, private room number 3. After Hue Yi finished speaking, he turned off the image crystal. So mysterious. Qin Fei Yang shook his head and stood up to look outside the door. He shouted, Fire Lotus, I'm going out for a while. Come in and help me keep an eye on them. All right. Fire Lotus's voice could be heard. Without waiting for Fire Lotus to come in, Qin Fei Yang left the castle and sent a message to Hong Yi. After Qin Fei Yang left the ancient castle, the 4 heaven-defying artifacts floating in the void seemed to move slightly. Cave abode. Qin Fei Yang looked at Hong Yi's shadow and said with a smile, accompany me on a trip. Hong Yi was startled, and said, I'm very busy these few days, can we change the time? 3 life divine pills. Qin Fei Yang said. Hearing this, Hong Yi was overjoyed, and nodded, okay, I'll be right there. With that, the shadow disappeared. In less than 50 breaths, Hong Yi ran into the cave abode. Qin Fei Yang asked curiously, what are you busy with? This, Hong Yi hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, it's nothing, I'm just busy. What are you going out for now? Inviting you to the Fenghua brothel for a drink. Qin Fei Yang laughed, but there was a trace of ridicule in the depths of his eyes. Being busy was just an excuse. His real purpose was to ask for benefits from him. However, he liked this kind of person. Because this kind of person was easier to control. Invite me to a drink. Hong Yi was stunned, and hurriedly said, how would I dare? If I were to treat you, it would be me. It's all the same, let's go. Qin Fei Yang laughed. Okay. Hong Yi nodded and sent Qin Fei Yang to the space divine object. Then, he opened the altar and left the Dragon God Palace. Fenghua brothel. Qin Fei Yang and Hong Yi entered the restaurant, and a waiter immediately came up to greet them with a smile. Lord Hong Yi, long time no see. Obviously. Hong Yi was a frequent customer here. Hong Yi looked at the waiter proudly and said indifferently, I've been too busy recently, so I don't have time to come. Do you still have a private room? Yes. The waiter nodded repeatedly, retreated to the side, and said with a flattering smile, Lord, please. The 2 of them followed Hue Yi upstairs. Isn't he Li Biyue? Why would he come to the Fenghua brothel with Hong Yi? Not bad, you've built a good relationship with the law enforcers so quickly. Some people whispered. These people were all disciples of the Dragon God Palace. When they were free, they would come to the Fenghua brothel to eat and drink. Li Biyue? Could it be the person who killed the island master of the first island in public? Someone asked in a low voice. Although these things happened in the Dragon God Palace, it had long been spread out. It was just that they usually didn't see Qin Fei Yang in the Holy Dragon City, so they didn't talk much about it. Who else could it be if not him? Not only did he kill the island master, but all the people who passed the assessment this time also died in his hands. Let me tell you, not only does he have the support of the law enforcement hall master, but he also has an ultimate powerhouse protecting him. An ultimate powerhouse? Yes. I was on the first island at that time and saw it with my own eyes. I've also heard about this matter. I thought it was a bit exaggerated, but I didn't expect it to be true. It seems that this person has a strong background. The discussion became more and more intense. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear and went straight to the 5th floor. The waiter smiled and said, "The 4th private room on the 5th floor is still empty, please." Qin Feiyang patted Hong Yi. "What's wrong?" Hong Yi was stunned. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I suddenly thought of something. You go and have a drink first, I'll come later." Hong Yi, "Then don't let me wait too long." "I won't. Just a little while." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Okay." Hong Yi nodded and followed the waiter to the private room. Qin Feiyang glanced at Hong Yi's back, quickly rushed to the 8th floor, walked to the door of the 3rd private room, and gently knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened. A familiar figure came into sight. It was Hu Yi. Hu Yi looked outside the door and asked, "Where's Hong Yi?" "I sent him away." Qin Feiyang smiled, entered the room, and asked, "What surprise have you prepared for me?" Hu Yi closed the door and said, "Guess." Qin Feiyang looked at Hu Yi, frowned, and suddenly his face changed. He said in surprise, "You didn't bring Shangguan Qiu, did you?" "Shangguan Qiu?" Hu Yi was stunned and said in surprise, "How did you know? What are you doing?" Qin Feiyang glared at Hu Yi angrily and quickly glanced around the private room. But in the tea room, bedroom, and dining room, there was no one, and he didn't sense anyone's aura. "Look at how scared you are, I'm just teasing you." Hu Yi laughed. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Shangguan Qiu is the chief steward of the treasure school, and also the favorite of the pavilion master and deputy pavilion master. "Do you think I can bring her here?" Hu Yi despised. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Then what's the surprise? Come out." Hu Yi looked at the bathroom and smiled. As his voice fell, the door of the bathroom immediately opened, and a young man in black walked out slowly. "Senior brother Crazy?" Qin Feiyang looked at the young man in black in surprise. "Haha, boy, long time no see. Did you miss me?" Madman laughed loudly. "It's really this guy. You haven't changed at all." Qin Feiyang also smiled, stepped forward, and gave Crazy a bear hug, saying, "I didn't expect you to come. I have nowhere to go. I heard from Hu Yi that you're doing well in Divine Land, so I came to join you. Am I welcome?" Madman chuckled. "You have nowhere to go." Qin Feiyang was speechless. With this person's talent, he would attract attention wherever he went. After all, this was a monster who could not only create his own divine art, but also upgrade it to the legendary level. "Don't hug me so tightly, okay? I'm not a beauty. If I had known, I would have brought Shangguan Qiu to you and let you hug her slowly." Crazy pushed Qin Feiyang away with a look of disgust. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. "How is it? Is it a surprise?" Hu Yi looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "It's more than a surprise." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. To be honest, someone like Crazy came to him because he thought highly of him. "Take me in," Crazy said. "Of course." Qin Feiyang nodded. Crazy said, "All right then, I'll follow you from now on, but don't order me around like I'm your underling. Do I have the guts?" Qin Feiyang was helpless. Not to mention anything else, just the help Crazy gave him in the northern region, he had to repay him well. "I heard from Hu Yi that your castle has changed a lot. Can I go in and take a look?" Crazy asked curiously. "Of course." Qin Feiyang smiled and sent a voice transmission to Hu Yi. "Does he know that you're Yi Xiaoyao?" "He doesn't know." Hu Yi said to himself. "Why do you still hide it from him?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "For fun." Hu Yi laughed secretly. Qin Feiyang was speechless and said, "Fire Lotus, put on your mask." "I'm wearing it." Fire Lotus quickly replied. Crazy looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "What are you standing there for? Let's go to the castle." Qin Feiyang smiled. With a wave of his hand, the three of them immediately appeared in the castle. "Crazy, long time no see." Fire Lotus said with a smile. "You're still wearing a mask?" Madman was stunned and teased, "Is it because you're too ugly and don't dare to show your face?" Fire Lotus was helpless. How could he be so sarcastic? Crazy also began to size up the castle. After wandering around, he walked out of the castle and looked at the medicinal field outside. "Damn, So many medicinal herbs. And the energy of the spirit vein and the essence of the crystal vein are too terrifying, even Empyrean Palace can't compare. Crazy was dumbfounded. How long had it been since he came to Divine Land? Divine Land is a place full of surprises. You'll soon fall in love with this place. Qin Feiyang smiled. I'm already in love. You're really something. You've been hiding it from me. This Black Tortoise world is an independent small world. Crazy was dissatisfied. We weren't close before after all. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. Madman took a deep breath and retracted his gaze. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "All right, let's get down to business." Business? Qin Feiyang was stunned. They had just arrived in Divine Land. What business was there? Chapter 2473. Madman said, "Enter the Dragon God Palace." You want to enter the Dragon God Palace? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Wasn't it good to cultivate in the castle? Why did he want to enter the Dragon God Palace? Yes. But I'm not entering the Dragon God Palace for cultivation, but for you. Madman said. For me. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Of course. Hui told me about your situation. You've been going in and out every day, always looking for Hong Yi. It's not a long-term solution. Madman said. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. After Madman went in, he could let Madman bring him in and out of the Dragon God Palace. This was undoubtedly much more convenient. He could also be at ease. Because Madman definitely wouldn't betray him. Moreover, the people in the Dragon God Palace didn't know his relationship with Madman. As long as he did it secretly, even if Madman was controlled by the fate contract, he wouldn't be in any danger. This was indeed a good thing. However, there was a problem. Every 100 years, the Dragon God Palace would recruit people. In other words, now that Madman wanted to enter, he had no chance. Hui laughed. You have to think of a way to deal with this matter. Qin Feiyang was speechless. I'm just an ordinary disciple in the Dragon God Palace. What can I do? That young man, and this Hong Yi, aren't they both useful? Hui laughed. Young man can't go find him. Because he's too eye-catching. If he enters the Dragon God Palace, senior brother Madman will definitely attract the attention of others. Even attract the attention of the dragons. Qin Feiyang said. That's true. Hui nodded. After all, the young man had offended the dragons. Then let's find Hong Yi. As a law enforcer, it's not a problem to let him help you enter the Dragon God Palace through the back door. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and laughed. Hui said, do as you see fit. All right then. I'll go out and talk to him. Qin Feiyang looked at the two and said, yes. The two of them nodded. Qin Feiyang immediately left the castle and went straight out of the room. A short while later, he went to the 4th private room on the 5th floor and knocked on the door. Come in. Hong Yi's voice sounded in the room. Qin Feiyang pushed open the door and saw Hong Yi sitting at the dining table with one leg crossed over the other as he happily drank wine. On the table, there were several plates of delicious dishes. You're drinking already? Qin Feiyang closed the door and said with a smile. Of course. Come and sit down. Hong Yi stood up and invited Qin Feiyang to sit beside him. After Qin Feiyang sat down, he immediately picked up the wine pot on the table and poured a cup for Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, try it, this is the best wine in the Fenghua restaurant. Qin Feiyang picked up the wine cup and sniffed it. He nodded and said, it's really good. In fact, in his opinion, no matter how good the wine was, it only had the same taste. Qin Feiyang took a sip and put down the wine cup. He looked at Hong Yi and said, I don't like to beat around the bush. Hong Yi was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, actually, I invited you to the Fenghua restaurant this time because I have something to ask you for help. I told you, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Hong Yi shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then he said, but who are the two of us? Your business is my business. There's no harm in saying it. It's like this. I have a good brother who wants to enter the Dragon God Palace. But as you know, the Dragon God Palace only recruits once every 100 years. So I want to ask you, Do you have any way to let him enter the Dragon God Palace now? Qin Feiyang looked at Hong Yi expectantly. Hong Yi was stunned and asked, "That's it?" Seeing Hong Yi's reaction, Qin Feiyang knew that it was not a big deal for Hong Yi. He immediately smiled and said, "Then I'll leave it to you. It's a piece of cake. But there's a condition." Hong Yi said. "What condition?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Hong Yi, he must be loyal to the dragons." "Of course." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Are you sure?" "Brother Li, let's not beat around the bush. You even dared to kill the island master. Will you be loyal to the dragons? I'm afraid what you want is just the resources of the dragons." Hong Yi smiled. "Ha ha," Qin Feiyang laughed and didn't talk nonsense. He directly took out 10 life divine pills from his Chenkuan bag and placed them on the table. He looked at Hong Yi and said with a smile, "I'll leave this matter to you." Hong Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately put them away. He patted his chest and said, "Okay, leave it to me." Qin Feiyang smiled and waved his hand. Madman and Hu Yi appeared. However, Hu Yi changed his appearance into Cao Dayuan's appearance. "Cao Dayuan, you bastard, you actually hit me from behind." As soon as he saw Hu Yi, Hong Yi jumped up with a face full of anger. "Brother, calm down, calm down. I was just joking at that time. All the expenses today will be paid by me as an apology," Hu Yi said with a smile. "That's more like it." Hong Yi coldly snorted and returned to his seat. Qin Feiyang pointed at Madman and looked at Hong Yi with a smile. "Let me introduce him. He's my good brother, known as Madman." "Madman?" Hong Yi was stunned. To be called Madman, he was definitely not a good person. Looking at Madman curiously, Hong Yi said, "No matter how powerful you are outside, once you enter the Dragon God Palace, you must be obedient." "I know." Madman nodded and took the initiative to pour a cup of wine. He smiled and said, "To you." "Haha, I like people who drink wine." Hong Yi laughed and grabbed the wine cup. He clinked it with Madman's and then drank it in one gulp. Madman didn't change his appearance. Because long before the dragons came to the northern region, he had already gone into seclusion to cultivate. Although later, he went to Dongling to inform Qin Feiyang and Hu Yi, he also avoided the dragons. In the early years, when the dragons went to Nine Heavens Palace to force them to hand over Qin Batian, because his cultivation was too weak to participate in the battle, he didn't appear. Therefore, the dragons didn't know him. As long as the dragons didn't go to the northern region to inquire, they wouldn't know that Madman was from Nine Heavens Palace. Furthermore, the dragon clan would not go out of their way to investigate a nobody in the divine prefecture. They drank until evening and finally finished. After Hu Yi paid the bill, the four stood up and directly opened the altar and returned to the Dragon God Palace. On the stone stairs. "Do whatever I say later, don't talk nonsense," Hong Yi whispered. Madman nodded. As for Qin Feiyang and Hu Yi, they were in Hong Yi's spatial divine item. Soon, the two climbed up the stone stairs and saw an old man sitting cross-legged on the square. It was Yi Zhong. After a few days, his injuries had already healed. Sitting in the middle of the square, he closed his eyes and meditated. Hong Yi walked over and bowed. "Greetings, Lord Grand Hall Master." "What's the matter?" Yi Zhong opened his eyes and looked at Hong Yi. Hong Yi bowed and said, "I have a cousin who dreams of entering the Dragon God Palace. I hope Lord Grand Hall Master can help me." Yi Zhong was slightly taken aback. He looked at Madman outside and asked, "Is it him?" "Yes." Hong Yi nodded and shouted at Madman, "Why aren't you bowing to Lord Grand Hall Master?" "Greetings, Lord." Madman bowed. Yi Zhong sized up Madman and looked at Hong Yi. "Since you want to enter the Dragon God Palace so much, why didn't you come in during the previous assessment?" "Lord, I'm not afraid of you laughing, but this assessment is too dangerous. My cousin's cultivation is not good, so Hong Yi smiled flatteringly. Yi Zhong said unhappily, "You are cheating for personal gain. You have to know that you are the law enforcer of our Dragon God Palace. You should be fair and just." Yes. I know my mistake. I won't dare to do it again. Lord, please make an exception. Just this once." Hong Yi begged. Yi Zhong frowned and turned to look at Madman. Why do you want to enter the Dragon God Palace? Madman said, I want to be like my cousin and share the worries of the dragons. Yizhong said, this old man wants to hear the truth. Lord, this is the truth. He is just like me, a loyal follower of the dragons. Hong Yi said. Yizhong turned a deaf ear to him and stared at Madman. Madman clenched his fists and said, I want to become stronger. What nonsense are you talking about? Hong Yi stared at Madman angrily. Ha ha, Yizhong laughed and said, this old man likes honest people like you. Fine, this old man will make an exception and let you enter the Dragon God Palace. That works too. Hong Yi was slightly stunned. He thought that he might anger Yizhong, but he didn't expect that he would gain Yizhong's recognition. Yizhong stood up and stepped through the stone door, landing in front of Madman. He took out the Destiny Godstone and said, drip a drop of blood on it. Madman nodded and cut his finger. A drop of blood fell and landed on the Destiny Godstone. Immediately, the blood was absorbed by the Destiny Godstone. Madman also immediately felt that there was an invisible shackle on his soul. Work hard, young man. Yizhong laughed hoarsely. Thank you, Lord. Madman cupped his hands and stepped into the Divine Dragon Island. Thank you, Lord. Hong Yi also bowed deeply. Then, he opened an altar and called the madman away. The first island. Valley. After Hong Yi appeared, he patted his chest with lingering fear and said, I was really scared to death just now. Luckily, this main hall master isn't an ordinary person. If it was the previous Dragon God Palace master, you would have already lost your life. Madman laughed, it's all thanks to you. Don't mention it. Hong Yi waved his hand and called Qin Feiyang and Madman out from the spatial divine item, saying, then I'll go back first. Thank you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Since I've taken his money, I'll help him. Hong Yi chuckled. He activated another altar and quickly left. Huo Yi looked at the dissipating altar and turned to Qin Feiyang, frowning, not killing him? He doesn't know our identities and doesn't know what we've done. Why would he want to kill us? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Huo Yi nodded and looked at Madman. How is it? The Dragon God Palace is stronger than the Nine Heaven Palace. The Divine Land is indeed different. It was an eye-opener. Madman sighed. Whether it was resources or other things, the Divine Land far surpassed the four regions. No wonder the dragons were entrenched in the Divine Land. Chapter 2474. Qin Feiyang smiled. Everything about the Divine Land, we'll slowly see in the future. Let's go cultivate first. That's right. We can't waste time. Frenzy was a little impatient. 100 years in a day. If he didn't work hard, he would be an idiot that was incurable. Huo Yi said, I'm going for a walk. You guys cultivate. Where are you going? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Why do you care? Huo Yi glared at him, and then without looking back, he broke through the air and left. This guy. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. But thinking about it, it made sense. Even with the time array, who knew how many years it would take for a beginner imperishable realm cultivator to step into the minor imperishable realm? Going for a walk and relaxing at an appropriate time would be helpful for cultivation. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought Frenzy into the cave residence and then into the castle. He looked at Frenzy and smiled. Just find a cultivation room. If you need soul stones, just get them from Fire Lotus. Okay. Frenzy nodded and glanced at each cultivation room. He then entered a cultivation room on the second floor, closed the stone door, and entered a state of cultivation. Qin Feiyang walked to the front of the 4 heaven-defying artifacts and frowned. What's going on? The artifact spirit hasn't awakened yet. This matter can't be rushed. Let's wait. Fire Lotus, who had been shooting arrows, looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Li Biyu. Suddenly, a shout came from outside. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. It seemed to be the voice of the black-clothed man. Fire Lotus said, this person came to find you for no good reason. You have to be careful. Qin Feiyang nodded and left the castle. When he walked out of the cave residence, he saw the black-clothed man standing above the valley. He asked suspiciously, Island Master, what's the matter? I'm here to remind you that everyone who comes to the Dragon God Palace has a chance to enter the Divine Art Treasury. The black-clothed man said. Divine Art Treasury? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. The black-robed man nodded. Yes, there are countless divine arts in the treasury. If you're lucky, you can even get a legendary divine art. Legendary deity technique. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. He wasn't interested in other deity arts, but who wouldn't be interested in a legendary deity art? The black-robed man continued, there's even a supreme-level divine art in the treasury. Sovereign-grade divine art? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Don't tell me you've never heard of the sovereign-grade divine arts. The sovereign-level deity technique is above the legendary level, second only to the heaven-defying level deity technique. Even in our Dragon God Palace, there are only a handful of sovereign-level divine arts. Furthermore, not a single disciple possessed an utmost exalted level divine technique. Including me. The black-clothed man said proudly. Supreme divine artifact, supreme divine technique, Qin Feiyang murmured. In other words, there was still room for improvement in the godly dragon art. No. A mere sovereign-grade divine technique was enough. No matter what, it had to be upgraded to the heaven-defying level. The 6-word divine technique was a heaven-defying level deity technique that could ignore the barriers of major realms. When the godly dragon art and other deity techniques were upgraded to the heaven-defying level, coupled with the kill formula, they would be invincible. That's right. The goal was the heaven-defying level deity technique. Qin Feiyang suppressed the emotions in his heart and asked, where's the treasury? The black-clothed man said, in the center of the island, next to the Deacon Hall. There's only one chance, cherish it. With that, the black-clothed man turned and left. Strange, Qin Feiyang looked at the black-clothed man's back. Why would this person be so kind as to specially come to remind him? Could there be something wrong with this? After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang took the big black wolf out of the ancient castle. What? The big black wolf looked at Qin Feiyang with a dumbfounded face. He was cultivating in seclusion when he suddenly took it out. Go to the deity technique treasury, Qin Feiyang said. Deity technique treasury? The big black wolf was stunned. What the hell was this place? Because he was in seclusion, he didn't hear the conversation between Qin Feiyang and the black-clothed man. It's the martial arts treasury. But the difference is that the martial arts treasury of the Dragon God Palace is full of deity techniques. There's also a sovereign-grade divine technique. So we can't waste this opportunity. What if you're lucky and get this sovereign-grade divine technique? Qin Feiyang laughed. I'm not that lucky. The big black wolf rolled his eyes and turned back into a big black dog. Although he said something discouraging, there was still some anticipation in his eyes. Maybe he was really lucky and was really found by it. Whoosh! A man and a wolf soared into the sky and flew towards the center of the island like lightning. The first island was the smallest island in the Dragon God Palace, but in the eyes of a man and a wolf, it was huge. According to Qin Feiyang's estimation, it would take half a day to cross the first island. At that time, he was a phenomenal divine lord. Now that he had broken through to the half-step supreme level, although he had improved a lot, it would take at least an hour to cross the first island. And the valley he was in was at the edge of the first island. It would take about an hour to reach the deity technique treasury in the center. Along the way, Qin Feiyang met a lot of people. There were war gods, divine lords, peerless gods, and a few Nine Heavens realm cultivators. But when they looked at him, their faces were filled with fear. Finally, a towering mountain came into sight. The mountain peak was flattened like a giant axe. There were 2 or 3 palaces. One was golden and dazzling. The other 2 were black and filled with an ancient aura. There were also many people's auras in the nearby mountains. And these auras were very strong. They were all above the peerless god realm. The big black wolf asked suspiciously, Brother, don't you think it's strange? What's strange? Qin Feiyang was startled and looked at him in confusion. We've met dozens of Nine Heavens realm auras along the way. Why don't these Nine Heavens realm people go to the 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th island to cultivate? The big black wolf said. Qin Feiyang said, Didn't the deputy palace master say that newcomers have to stay on the first island? Although that's true, it's easy for them to enter the second island with their strength. Could it be that entering the second and third island doesn't depend on cultivation? The big black wolf frowned. I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. While they were talking, a man and a wolf landed on a square on the mountain peak. There was no one in the square. It was dead silent. Deacon Hall, Deity Technique Treasury, Deity Weapon Pavilion. Qin Feiyang looked at the three palaces. The Golden Palace was the Law Enforcement Hall. The Black Palace to the left of the Golden Palace was the Deity Technique Treasury. The words Deity Weapon Pavilion were engraved above the Black Palace on the right. And the square was facing the Deacon Hall. Deity Weapon Pavilion? This name, could it be where the deity weapon is stored? The big black wolf was surprised. I guess so. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice and walked towards the Deacon Hall. The big black wolf hurriedly followed. You're here so soon? I thought that you would disdain my Dragon God Hall's Deity Technique Treasury. When the man and the wolf entered the Deacon Hall, a voice full of ridicule sounded out. The black-clothed man was sitting at the side of the main hall, drinking tea while looking at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. The big black wolf immediately raised his eyebrows and said, "Don't be sarcastic with us here." The black-clothed man's gaze turned cold. What are you staring at? The big black wolf bared his teeth. Qin Feiyang dragged the big black wolf and thought, keep a low profile. Then, he looked at the black-clothed man and said with a faint smile, actually, you really don't have to hate me so much, because I don't have any thoughts about you. The black-clothed man was stunned. Was this considered admitting defeat? That's true. All right then, let's get along peacefully like before. The black-clothed man put down his teacup and got up, leading the man and wolf out of the Deacon Hall. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, Island Master, what kind of place is the Divine Weapon Pavilion? The black-clothed man said proudly, of course it's a place where divine weapons are stored. There's also a supreme-level divine weapon inside. Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf looked at each other, a glint flashing in their eyes at the same time. The big black wolf hurriedly asked, then how can we enter the Divine Weapon Pavilion? I don't know. The black-clothed man shook his head. Hey, didn't you just say that we'll get along peacefully? The big black wolf was instantly dissatisfied. The black-clothed man said, but don't you think that you owe me an apology? The big black wolf's mouth twitched. A mighty 9 heavens stage perfection, and a divine dragon, was actually so vengeful. Fine. I apologize. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Are you okay now? The big black wolf said. The black-clothed man's expression eased a lot. He took out a token and threw it to the big black wolf. What's this? The big black wolf stood up and caught the token. The token was golden. There was a divine dragon on the front. On the other side, there were the words Dragon God Hall. This seems to be the identity token of the Dragon God Hall. Qin Feiyang mumbled and took out a golden token from his interspatial ring. The two were exactly the same. You're just a big dog. I didn't intend to give you an identity token, but seeing that your attitude is okay, I'll give it to you. The black-clothed man said. Reward. The big black wolf was speechless. What was the point of this thing? If you want to enter the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Divine Technique Treasury, you must have a token. The black-clothed man said lightly. There's such a use. The big black wolf was surprised. The black-clothed man continued, but new disciples only have one chance to enter the Divine Technique Treasury for free. Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf looked at each other. The word free was the main point. Then how can I enter the Divine Weapon Pavilion? Qin Feiyang asked. Merit. The black-clothed man said. Merit. The man and the wolf were stunned. What was that? Make some contributions to the Dragon God Hall and you can get a certain amount of merit. And the use of merit is not only to enter the Divine Weapon Pavilion, but also to enter the Divine Technique Treasury in the future. And if you want to leave the first island and go to the second, third, and fourth islands to cultivate, you also need different degrees of merit. The black-clothed man said. So that's how it is. The man and the wolf were enlightened. Going to other islands to cultivate really had nothing to do with cultivation. Qin Feiyang asked, "Then what kind of contribution do you have to make to get merit?" "Mission. Look over there." The black-clothed man pointed to the left side of the gate of the Deacon Hall. There was a notice board hanging on the wall. On top of it, there were countless small, densely packed words. Chapter 2475. That's all the missions. Of course. The difficulty of the mission is different, so the merit points will definitely be different. The black-clothed man said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Wasn't this the same as the bulletin board of Nine Heaven Palace? The only difference was completing the mission of Nine Heaven Palace was to obtain soul stones. Completing the mission of Dragon God Palace was to obtain merit points. The big black wolf ran up. Captured a divine-level raging flame lion, obtained 10 merit points. Captured a 9 Heaven Realm black cloud beast, obtained 50 merit points. One Nirvana divine fruit, obtained 2 merit points. Killed Li Da, obtained 30 merit points. Killed Zhao Qi, obtained 40 merit points. The big black wolf was stunned. Capturing beasts, looking for herbs, killing others. Why were there all kinds of missions? Those who are to be killed are basically those who have betrayed us dragons. As for the others, for example, the higher the level of beasts and herbs, the more merit points you will get. The black-clothed man said. Qin Feiyang stepped forward to take a closer look, and asked suspiciously, "Then why isn't there anyone from the Dragon Slayer Palace? For example, Qin Batian?" The black-clothed man was stunned, and said, "Are you kidding? Can you kill Qin Batian?" "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Then what are you talking about?" The black-clothed man sneered. Qin Feiyang shook his head, then dragged the big black wolf, and walked towards the Divine Art Treasury. "Wait." The big black wolf broke free, looked at the black-clothed man and said, "How many merit points do I need to enter the Divine Art Treasury and Divine Weapon Pavilion?" 1,000. The black-clothed man said. "So much?" The big black wolf was speechless. One Nirvana divine fruit was only worth 2 merit points. In other words, it required 500 Nirvana divine fruits to enter the Divine Art Treasury or Divine Weapon Pavilion. How valuable was 500 Nirvana divine fruits? Of course. If he could get a supreme-level divine artifact and divine art, it would definitely be worth it. Because no matter how valuable the Nirvana divine fruit was, it was far from the supreme-level divine artifact and divine art. Let's take a step back. Even if he could only obtain a peak-grade deity art or a deity artifact, it would not be a loss. But the key is, he might not necessarily be able to obtain these high-level divine weapons and divine arts. It could only be a low-grade divine artifact or a low-grade divine art. That would be a huge loss. In other words, the Deity Arts Treasury and the Divine Weapon Pavilion were like casinos that were only suitable for gamblers. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and asked, "How many contribution points do we need to enter the second island?" 10,000, and so on. The black-clothed man said. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "Forget it then. The first island is actually not bad." And so on. If the second island was 10,000, then the third island would be 20,000, and the fourth island would be 30,000. How many missions would he have to complete in order to accumulate enough merit points? "Let's go." Qin Feiyang looked at the big black wolf and said. The big black wolf nodded, looked at the mission on the bulletin board, and then thoughtfully followed Qin Feiyang towards the Deity Arts Treasury. On the door of the Deity Arts Treasury, there is a small groove. Put the token in and the door will automatically open. Remember, you only have half an hour. Also, don't touch the jade box inside, because once you touch the jade box, the hall will automatically determine that you have chosen it and send you out. The black-clothed man said and turned to enter the assignment hall. Just as he turned around, a cold smile flashed past his eyes. Qin Feiyang glanced at the big black wolf and said, "From the looks of it, you seem to be very interested in the contribution points." "I'm not interested in the contribution points, I'm interested in the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Deity Arts Treasury. If you don't give me the divine artifact, then I can only think of a way myself." The big black wolf pouted. Qin Feiyang laughed, "I haven't met a suitable one yet. Come on. The big black wolf looked at him with disdain and asked, "Don't tell me you're not interested." "Not interested? Isn't it a waste of time to complete these trivial missions? I'm here now purely to try my luck." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Thinking back to what happened in the martial arts treasury of the Nine Heaven Palace, he couldn't help but be excited. At that time, under the reminder of the Shadowless Man, he obtained 2 legendary divine artifacts at once. It was truly a heaven-defying fortune. Walking in front of the door, Qin Feiyang scanned the door and quickly saw a groove in the middle of the door. The shape was exactly the same as the token. Qin Feiyang grabbed the token and pressed it into the groove. Boom! The door immediately opened. The interior of the hall was extremely spacious and brightly lit. On the rows of iron shelves, there were countless jade boxes. Damn, how many deity arts are there? The big black wolf's eyes were wide open. No matter how many there are, there's only one supreme deity art. Unless it's really dogshit luck, otherwise, the chances are slim. Qin Feiyang shook his head and stepped into the hall. The big black wolf quickly followed, but a light screen suddenly appeared on the door, blocking it outside. And the door also closed. Do I really have to use the token? The big black wolf was stunned. When the door was completely closed, it pressed the token into the groove. The door opened again. This time, the big black wolf entered the hall without any resistance. Just as the door closed again, 3 figures descended on the square outside. An old man in his 70s. A middle-aged man. A thin young man. Their cultivation levels were different. The old man was half a step into the 9th heaven realm. The middle-aged man was a consummate supreme god. The thin young man was a consummate supreme god. The 3 of them landed on the square, glanced at the duty hall, and went straight to the deity art treasury. At the same time, inside the treasury, the big black wolf stared at the jade boxes, wanting to open them, but not daring to. He looked very conflicted and had a headache. Qin Feiyang looked indifferent. The deity art treasury didn't only have 1 floor. There were 2 floors above. In other words, the deity art treasury had a total of 3 floors. Boom! Suddenly, the door opened again. Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf turned around and saw the old man in his 70s, the middle-aged man, and the thin young man enter the deity art treasury one after another. The man and the wolf didn't take it to heart. They continued to look at the jade boxes on the iron shelf. "Isn't this Li Biyue, brother Li?" The old man and the other 2 also saw Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. The old man immediately smiled and greeted them. "Hello." Qin Feiyang nodded politely. "I've heard of brother Li's name. You're really young and promising." The 3 of them walked over and smiled. "You're too kind." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. "Did you find a deity art that you like?" The old man in his 70s asked with a smile. Qin Feiyang said, "It depends on luck. I definitely won't find it." "Yes. The 3 of us have come to this deity art treasury a dozen times. But except for one time when we were lucky and found a perfect deity art, the others were all low-tier deity arts. I really regret it. I should have taken these merits and gone to the 2nd island to cultivate." The 3 of them sighed. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "A perfect deity art is not bad. Not bad. If we can find a supreme-level deity art here, then it's truly perfect." The old man in his 70s shook his head. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, "Has anyone ever found a supreme-level deity art here?" "Yes. Jiyu Fan found a supreme-level deity art here more than 1,000 years ago." The old man in his 70s said. "Jiyu Fan?" Qin Feiyang was confused. This Jiyu Fan is really lucky. His cultivation isn't that high. He was only a perfected immortal back then. But just like you, he found a supreme-level deity art the first time he entered the deity art treasury. Comparisons are odious. The old man in his 70s sighed. Qin Feiyang was slightly startled, before he said with a smile, "His luck is indeed unbelievable." "Isn't that so? Because of this supreme-level deity art, he was able to achieve great success. The island master even made an exception and sent him to the 2nd island without using any merits. Brother Li, I believe that you might have the same luck too." the old man said with a smile. Ha! Qin Feiyang let out a hollow laugh and said in a doubtful tone, if Jiyu Fan has already taken the supreme level deity art, what else are we looking for? Brother Li, since it's your first time here, you might not know this, but if someone finds a supreme level deity art here, the dragons will immediately let another one in. Which means, either way, there must be a supreme level deity art here. The old man said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and brought his fists together with a smile. Thank you for your kind words. I'll take a look upstairs and wish you all the best. Sure. The three nodded. Qin Feiyang turned around and led the Black Wolf to the second floor. The layout of the second floor was similar to the first floor. Qin Feiyang scanned the place while transmitting his voice. Big wolf dog, be careful. The Black Wolf was startled. It turned around and mumbled to Qin Feiyang. What do you mean? Those three are here for something. Qin Feiyang said. Something? The Black Wolf was startled. How did you know? They seem normal. Normal? If they were normal, why would they come and greet us? Qin Feiyang shook his head. They're just greeting us. How can you tell that they have a purpose? Big brother, your paranoia isn't ordinary at all. The Black Wolf was speechless. We've killed the island master and offended the dragons. Anyone else would stay away from us. But not only did they not stay away, they were even so friendly. Do you think that's reasonable? The most important point. Ever since we entered the Dragon God Palace, we've either been cultivating in the castle or outside. We've never really appeared in front of anyone. But how did they know that it was our first time here? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice with a smile. That's right. The Black Wolf slapped its head and mumbled, then what's their purpose? I don't know. But this matter must have something to do with the island master. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. What do you mean? The Black Wolf was stunned. Because in the entire first island, only the island master knows that it's our first time in the treasury. I was wondering why he would be so kind as to remind me about the divine art treasury. Now I finally understand that he's going to make a big fuss here. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Chapter 2476. The big Black Wolf secretly said, then should we make the first move to gain the upper hand? No need. Let's see what tricks they can play. Qin Feiyang said, then stopped and muttered, you haven't appeared yet. Who hasn't appeared? Hearing Qin Feiyang's murmur, the big Black Wolf couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang in surprise. A nobleman. Qin Feiyang smiled. After walking around the second floor, he took the big Black Wolf to the third floor. The third floor was a little smaller, but there were at least tens of thousands of jade boxes. With so many jade boxes, it was harder than ascending to the heavens to choose the supreme level divine art. Qin Feiyang stopped on the stairs, lowered his head and pondered. Where would it be placed? Where was the most likely place? Logically speaking, it was usually in an inconspicuous corner or a relatively hidden place. The possibility was the highest. There was no way to find it. Because there was only one chance. Can't be anxious. Think about it from another perspective. If it was him, where would he put such an important treasure like the supreme level divine art? If it was him who put it, the safest place was the most dangerous place. And the most dangerous place might be the safest place. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang took the big Black Wolf and quickly returned to the first floor. Standing in front of the door, he glanced at the two iron frames beside the door. These two iron frames were on both sides of the door, and could be seen as soon as he came in. In a sense, this was undoubtedly the most dangerous place. However, he didn't know who put the divine art there. What if the other party had a different idea from him? Furthermore, even if it was as he expected, the supreme level divine art was on these two iron frames, it was difficult to judge. Because, on each iron frame, there were hundreds of jade boxes. There's only one chance, Qin Feiyang muttered. This was a difficult choice. What are you thinking about? The big Black Wolf looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Why is he standing there? The three old men also noticed Qin Feiyang's abnormality and looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Don't think about it. Because no matter how you think about it, it's impossible to find what you want so quickly. After all, there are too many boxes here. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. The Shadowless. Qin Feiyang's spirit was shaken. He asked telepathically, "Then how do you think I should find him?" The Shadowless said, "No matter how you look, it's useless unless you open them one by one." "How is this possible?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "How many contribution points would it take to open them one by one?" The Shadowless man was silent for a while, then suddenly said, "Actually, you already have a lot of divine arts. Why do you still want more?" Qin Feiyang said, "Leaving it here will only benefit the dragons. Since that's the case, why don't I take it and benefit myself?" "You brat." The Shadowless laughed and scolded. Qin Feiyang chuckled. "However, it's also quite interesting. All right, I'll help you. Walk along here, the 4th row of iron shelves, the 3rd floor, counting from the left, the 2nd jade box, there's what you want. There's another one on the 2nd floor. Go upstairs and turn left, the 5th iron shelf, the 2nd floor, counting from the right, the 7th jade box. The divine arts in that jade box are very suitable for a creature like a wolf to cultivate." The Shadowless man said. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang was extremely grateful, and immediately told the big black wolf in secret. "What's going on?" The big black wolf was shocked. "Don't ask yet, go quickly. Remember, don't take the wrong one." Qin Feiyang secretly said. "All right." The big black wolf nodded and immediately ran to the 2nd floor. Qin Feiyang also immediately took action. He walked to the 4th row of iron shelves and looked at the 3rd floor. His gaze quickly locked onto the 2nd jade box on the left. What is he doing? He was still hesitating before, why did he suddenly become so decisive? The old man was surprised. The middle-aged man said, "These are not the main points, act according to the original plan." "I'll go right away," the thin young man said in a low voice. Then, he suddenly turned into a stream of light, and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. At the same time, Qin Feiyang raised his arm and grabbed the 2nd jade box. At that moment, an invisible force enveloped them. Seeing that they were about to disappear, the thin young man flew over and also grabbed the jade box. The two of them disappeared at the same time. "Let's go." The old man in his 70s and the middle-aged man also casually took a jade box and quickly disappeared. At the same time, the big black wolf also found the jade box mentioned by the Shadowless man and disappeared from the 2nd floor. Outside, 4 people and 1 wolf appeared outside the door almost at the same time. "What are you doing?" Qin Feiyang glared at the thin young man. This was the jade box designated by the Shadowless man. There must be a supreme-level divine art inside. This person actually wanted to snatch it. "I should be the one asking you what you want to do." The thin young man also stared at Qin Feiyang angrily. "What's going on?" The big black wolf looked at the two of them suspiciously. Why did the two of them start fighting when they were just going up the stairs? Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy, and he said, "I don't want to talk nonsense with you, let go immediately." "You're the one who should let go," the thin young man shouted. Qin Feiyang's entire body suddenly emitted a monstrous killing intent. Although he didn't know what this person wanted to do, if he dared to touch this jade box, then he must die. "What are you doing?" At this time, the black-clothed man walked out of the duty hall, looked at the murderous Qin Feiyang, and shouted, "Do you want to kill people in the Dragon God Palace again? Let me tell you, there is Lord Chief Palace Master personally overseeing the Dragon God Palace." "Exactly. Lord Chief Palace Master is personally overseeing the Dragon God Palace. How can you do as you please?" The thin young man snorted. Qin Feiyang looked at the thin young man, then looked at the black-clothed man, and said, "I just want to ask you one thing. Is it interesting?" "What do you mean?" "As if I'm his accomplice." The black-clothed man's face suddenly showed a trace of displeasure. He walked in front of the two of them, looked at the jade box, and frowned. "What's going on? Speak clearly." "Island Master, this Li Bur is such a bastard, he actually stole the jade box I picked." The thin young man immediately said. The black-clothed man raised his eyebrows, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Why did you steal the jade box he picked?" Qin Feiyang suppressed the killing intent in his heart and said, I picked this jade box." He suddenly ran over to snatch it. The black-clothed man was stunned, then looked at the thin young man and said, "So, you're a thief, crying thief." "I'm innocent, Lord, they can all testify." The thin young man pointed at the 70-year-old man and the middle-aged man behind him. "We can testify that it was indeed Li Bu who stole it." The 70-year-old man and the middle-aged man nodded. The big black wolf ran to Qin Fei Yang and said angrily, "You're his accomplices, of course you'll help him to testify." "Testify? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Although we entered the Divine Technique Treasury together, we're not familiar with him at all, let alone his accomplices. We're just seeing injustice on the road." The 70-year-old man and the middle-aged man said righteously, "Damn you. You're full of lies. Believe it or not, I'll kill you all." The big black wolf roared. Previously in the Divine Technique Treasury, they were like brothers, but in the blink of an eye, they were no longer familiar with each other. Each of them was a pile of old bones, but they were still so shameless. "You said you picked it." "He said he picked it. How do you want me to judge?" The black-clothed man looked at them with a troubled expression. The thin young man snorted, "Since Island Master can't judge, then let us solve it in our own way." Hearing this, Qin Fei Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. "What way?" The black-clothed man looked at the thin young man suspiciously. The thin young man said, "One-on-one, the jade box will belong to whoever wins." "One-on-one?" Qin Fei Yang was stunned. Where did this person get the courage to challenge him to a one-on-one? The black-clothed man was also stunned. He frowned and said, "Just for a jade box, is it necessary? This is no longer about the jade box, it's about dignity. Li Bu, do you dare to accept my challenge?" The thin young man looked at Qin Fei Yang provocatively. The black-clothed man said, "Li Bu, think carefully. This is just a small matter, there's no need to make it seem like we're mortal enemies." Before the black-clothed man finished, Qin Fei Yang looked at the thin young man and said, "I accept." The thin young man said, "Regardless of life or death." "Whatever." Qin Fei Yang said lightly, "Regardless of life or death." It seemed like he came prepared. This should be the black-clothed man's trick. He made use of the thin young man and the other two to have a conflict with him, and then the thin young man challenged him. The black-clothed man tried to persuade him hypocritically. In fact, he was echoing the three of them. "Since you guys agree, fine, but let's make it clear first. Since it's a duel between two people, no one else can interfere. Li Bu, do you agree?" The black-clothed man looked at Qin Fei Yang and said. Obviously, the person he was referring to was Hua Lian. If he wanted to get rid of Qin Fei Yang, he had to think of a way to stop Fire Lotus from interfering. Because in the black-clothed man's opinion, as long as Fire Lotus did not interfere, killing Qin Fei Yang would be a piece of cake. When Qin Fei Yang heard the black-clothed man's words, he could not help but laugh. After all this time, they were just trying to set a trap for him. Did they think that the three of them could kill him without Fire Lotus? Ignorance was scary. He had thought that this person would come up with a great conspiracy, but it turned out that it was just a child's play, a joke. He was tired of this kind of small trick. "Li Bu." The black-clothed man looked at Qin Fei Yang suspiciously and said, "If you have any objections, just say it." "Whatever." Qin Fei Yang said indifferently. "Okay. I'll take care of your jade box first. I'll give it to the winner later." The black-clothed man said. "No need to go through so much trouble." Qin Fei Yang said indifferently, and then slapped at the thin young man. The speed of the attack was beyond the thin young man's ability to react. "Ah!" The thin young man immediately screamed as his entire body flew out. His chest that was hit caved in on the spot. "What?" The black-clothed man and the old man in his 70s stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Instantly injuring the thin young man? Wasn't he just a low-tier war god? How could his attack be so fast? Chapter 2477. That's all you've got. And here I was thinking how strong you were. Trash like you dares to clamor with Big Brother? Are you having a high fever? The big black wolf looked at the skinny young man with contempt. The skinny young man crawled up in a sorry state. His face was filled with anger as he roared, "You're so despicable. You didn't even say anything before attacking. Qin Feiyang was amused. The big black wolf was also amused. Qin Feiyang directly put away the jade box and looked at the young man. It seems that not only is there a problem with your IQ, there's also a problem with your brain. Cough cough. Big brother, correct me. A problem with your IQ and a problem with your brain are actually the same problem. The big black wolf coughed dryly and looked at Qin Feiyang. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. The big black wolf chuckled and looked at the skinny young man. When you go to find trouble with others, don't you have to tell them in advance that I'm coming to find trouble with you? Prepare yourself. Hearing this, the skinny young man's face immediately turned green and red. The big black wolf shook his head and said, "The brain is a good thing, but unfortunately you don't have it. Cut the crap, let's fight." The skinny young man roared as his divine power surged and pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Just as the skinny young man pounced over, he raised his arm and grabbed the young man's neck. At this moment, the skinny young man hung in the air. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. Even if I give you 10 or 100 years to prepare, killing you will be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Qin Feiyang exerted force with his 5 fingers and the skinny young man's neck shattered on the spot. His head fell to the ground with a bang. How can he be so strong? The skinny young man was terrified as his divine soul immediately escaped from his sea of consciousness. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang stomped down, and the skinny young man's head and divine soul were immediately shattered. Blood splattered everywhere. Seeing this scene, the black-clothed man, the 70-year-old man, and the middle-aged man couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. How cruel. The most shocking thing. He was just a low-level war god. How could he instantly kill a perfect-level war god? Qin Feiyang turned to look at the man in black and asked, "Is it okay now?" The black-clothed man nodded instinctively. However, he suddenly came to his senses. He had thought of this brilliant plan with great difficulty, so how could it end just like that? If Qin Feiyang knew what he was thinking, he would definitely make fun of him. A peerless plan? These kinds of tricks were all left over from him. The black-robed man glanced at the middle-aged man and transmitted his voice, "You go and kill him. Double the reward. I guarantee that I'll insta-kill him." The middle-aged man secretly sneered. Looking at Qin Feiyang, who turned around and left, he shouted, "Do you dare to accept my challenge?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned around and looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man pointed at the skinny young man's corpse and said, "Just like him, no one is allowed to help you regardless of whether you are dead or alive." Big Black Wolf glanced at the middle-aged man and said, "Big brother, there's no need to pay attention to trash like this. You'd better shut your dog mouth. Otherwise, I'll kill you too." The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold as he stared at Big Black Wolf. "Fuck you, are you addicted to being arrogant?" Big Black Wolf immediately became angry and roared, "Big brother, kill him." Qin Feiyang rushed into the sky and stood in the sky. He looked down at the middle-aged man and said, "Come up. Arrogant." The middle-aged man snorted and his aura exploded. He turned into a stream of light and charged toward Qin Feiyang. "Look. Someone is fighting in the sky above the Deacon Hall. That person seems to be Li Biyue. He's causing trouble again. He's lawless. His opponent seems to be Wang Daren. I know Wang Daren. He's a perfect-level paragon god. It seems that they are going to fight one-on-one. No way, he's just a low-level war god. How can he fight a perfect-level paragon god? Isn't that stupid?" The people in the nearby caves heard the commotion and ran out. When they saw this scene, they immediately began to talk. "Kid, you'll pay the price for being arrogant." Wang Daren's expression was full of coldness. A low-level war god. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of the paragon god behind him, he would have been squashed to death like an ant. What's there to be arrogant about? Rushing in front of Qin Feiyang, Wang Daren immediately punched at Qin Feiyang, shattering the void. "Yes. You'll pay the price for being arrogant." Qin Feiyang whispered and suddenly retreated. At the same time, he waved his hand and a wave of flames rolled out. Kai Kai. Immediately after, the flames turned into divine lightning, shattering the sky and drowning Wang Daren in an instant. Legendary divine technique, fire thunder divine technique. Ah! A miserable scream immediately resounded through the sky. Qin Feiyang didn't give him any chance to counterattack. The divine lightning directly tore open Wang Daren's skull and attacked his soul. No, accompanied by a terrified cry, Wang Daren's soul was annihilated on the spot. Then, the divine lightning tore Wang Daren's body into pieces, leaving not even a drop of blood. So powerful. I must be dreaming. A low-level war god actually killed a perfected paragon god. The surrounding disciples were all dumbfounded. Below, the black-clothed man and the elder in his 70s were so shocked that they couldn't speak. A moment ago, the middle-aged man swore that he could kill this person, but the next moment, the middle-aged man was killed. What was going on? The elder in his 70s suddenly trembled and said, "Island Lord, he must be hiding his cultivation." Hiding his cultivation? The black-clothed man was stunned and a trace of hostility appeared in his eyes. No wonder he dared to accept the challenge of the middle-aged man and the skinny young man. You go. He used a divine technique to kill Wang Daren. I guess his cultivation is at most a perfected paragon god. With your half-step 9th heaven realm cultivation, it's easy to kill him. As long as you kill him, I'll give you 100,000 merit points. The black-clothed man said 100,000 merit points. The elder in his 70s suddenly became excited. To the disciples of the Dragon God Temple, 100,000 merit points was a huge sum of wealth. For example, one could enter the divine technique treasury 100 times. Some people wouldn't be able to gather so many merit points even after thousands of years. Right at this moment, Qin Feiyang lowered his head to look at the old man and said, "You come up as well." Since it was a problem, he would solve it once and for all. The elder in his 70s was stunned. He actually took the initiative to challenge him. Island Lord should have promised you a lot of benefits. If you don't kill me, how will you get these benefits? So I'll give you a chance to kill me. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Li Bue, what nonsense are you talking about? The black-clothed man immediately shouted. Do you think you can fool me with your little tricks? If you want to deal with me, you can do it yourself. There's no need to find trash to help you. Qin Feiyang sneered. The black-clothed man's eyes darkened. This old man is trash. The elder in his 70s clenched his fists and flew into the sky. His aura surged and surged toward Qin Feiyang. Fart. Qin Feiyang's body trembled and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. You're already spitting blood. This old man hasn't even made a move yet, and you dare to call this old man trash? The elder in his 70s laughed in disdain. Qin Feiyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rushed into the clouds. Aren't you arrogant? Why are you running? The elder in his 70s sneered and chased after him. The two quickly rushed into the clouds. The elder in his 70s didn't say anything and slapped toward Qin Feiyang's head. Qin Feiyang used the travel word art and narrowly avoided it. After all, the opponent was a half-step 9 heavens realm cultivator. The legendary divine art was useless, so he had to use it. The elder in his 70s was stunned. He didn't expect to be able to dodge it. Qin Feiyang took the opportunity to retreat far away and quietly took out an image crystal. He hid it in his sleeve and said, "What did the island master give you to make you work so hard for him?" 100,000 merits. Your life is really valuable. The elder in his 70s said. Qin Feiyang said, "So that's how it is. Then all of this was planned by him?" Of course. You have the protection of a supreme expert. It's very difficult to kill you, so we have to set a trap for you first. The elder in his 70s sneered. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The elder in his 70s frowned and said, "Why are you shaking your head?" "I'm very disappointed, you know." Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and said, "The four of you only came up with such a childish plan." Childish? The elder in his 70s froze. What are they doing up there? The black-clothed man raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang and his companion. However, the clouds were blocking his view, so he couldn't see clearly. How dare you say such a perfect plan is childish? Brat, you're really shameless. Go to hell. The elder in his 70s yelled. A wave of black divine power appeared and surged towards Qin Feiyang like a tide. The terrifying aura shook the sky. The clouds were also scattered. Damn. Looks like this old man isn't going to give Li Bu any chance. The onlookers below immediately started to discuss. The man in black was also relieved. As long as a half-step 9 Heavens Realm cultivator was serious, this person wouldn't be able to survive no matter how powerful he was. However, Qin Feiyang's expression didn't change. He didn't fight back. He didn't run away either. Everyone thought he had lost his mind. The elder in his 70s also thought so, and a bright smile appeared on his face. 100,000 merits were in his hands. Clang. However, when the divine power surged in front of Qin Feiyang's body suddenly emitted a bright golden light. In an instant, his skin, hair, and even the bones in his body had turned golden. At this moment, he looked like a bronze man made of gold, and there seemed to be a faint golden Buddha statue behind him. The legendary divine art, Wisdom King Golden Body, whoosh. After activating the Wisdom King Golden Body, Qin Feiyang took a step forward and passed through the divine power in an instant. Clang. The divine power hit his body and made an ear-piercing metallic sound. No way. Is his body made of iron? Everyone was dumbfounded. The elder in his 70s was also dumbfounded. What the hell? He was a half-step 9 Heavens Realm cultivator. Even if his opponent was hiding his cultivation level, he should be a perfected or perfected paragon god at most. How could a mere paragon god pass through the divine power of a half-step 9 Heavens Realm cultivator? One had to know that there was an insurmountable barrier between the two realms. What was even more unbelievable was that this person wasn't injured at all after passing through. Chapter 2478. But Qin Feiyang didn't stop at all. He took advantage of the old man's daze to attack him. The bright king golden body could block a fatal blow from an expert of a higher realm. Now, his cultivation was half a step to the divine realm. The old man's cultivation was half a step to the 9th heaven realm. It happened to be the same realm. If the old man's cultivation was one small realm higher, then the bright king golden body wouldn't be able to block it. Unfortunately, the old man's cultivation was like this. But after coming out of the divine power, the bright king golden body also collapsed. Because the bright king golden body could only block one attack. But it didn't matter if it collapsed now because the old man couldn't do anything. Qin Feiyang raised his arm and pointed his index finger at the old man's forehead. What are you doing? Kill him quickly. The black-clothed man below shouted secretly. The old man suddenly came back to his senses, but Qin Feiyang's fingertip was already on the old man's forehead. Boom. Immediately, a wisp of blood-colored light instantly entered the forehead of the 70-year-old man. With a loud crack, the old man's forehead exploded in the air like a watermelon. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The blood-colored fleeting grace also immediately dissipated, and no one noticed. Instant kill again. Everyone was shocked. Especially the black-clothed man. First, it was the skinny young man, then Wang Daren, and now it was the old man. Could it be that they had underestimated this person's cultivation? He was at the 9th heaven realm? Qin Feiyang lowered his arm and looked down at the black-clothed man. He said lightly, "Come up too." What? Openly provoking the island lord? Looks like we have always underestimated him. Actually, his cultivation is as strong as the young man's. Everyone couldn't help but look at the black-clothed man. Would the island lord accept this challenge? The black-clothed man's face was dark. A low-level war god had killed a perfected war god, a perfected god, and a half-step to the 9th heaven realm. He really didn't know Qin Feiyang's true cultivation. Although he was at the 9th heaven realm, he couldn't help but feel guilty at this moment. What if the other party's true cultivation was also at the peak of the 9th heaven realm? Or even an undead stage expert? One had to know. The young man was an imperishable realm expert, but he pretended to be a fake god, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Since this person was acquainted with the young man, their cultivation might really be the same. What is it? As the master of the number 1 island, You don't even dare to accept the challenge of a disciple? Qin Feiyang said contemptuously. The man in black clenched his fists. Not only did he fail to kill the other party, he was even humiliated in public. How could he be so blind to find these 3 pieces of trash? You're such a coward. What a disgrace to you dragons. At this moment, Qin Feiyang appeared very aggressive. He usually didn't cause trouble, but he was never afraid of trouble. Those who provoked him were bound to return an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a white-haired old man appeared. It was Yi Zhong. Greetings, Grand Hall Master. Although he was a human, when he saw Yi Zhong, the black-robed man did not dare to show the slightest disrespect and hurriedly bowed. Yes. Yi Zhong nodded and looked up at Qin Feiyang. He said with a hoarse smile, "Why are you standing so high? Come down." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and fell on the square at the top of the mountain. The big black wolf also ran to Qin Feiyang's side. Yi Zhong looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang and the black-robed man and asked, "What are you doing?" Qin Feiyang was about to speak. The black-robed man took a step forward and looked at Yi Zhong. "Grand Hall Master, Li Biyu is simply too arrogant. He killed people in the Dragon God Palace in public. There must be a reason for killing people." At this moment, another lazy voice sounded. He saw a snow python carrying a young man who was dressed in rags across Yi Zhong. "It's him." The surrounding onlookers were shocked. Unexpectedly, not only Yi Zhong was alarmed, but also the young man. Wait. The young man was in the law enforcement hall. How did he get the news so quickly? Could it be he was paying attention to Li Biyu? In that case, their relationship was indeed not ordinary. The black-robed man also looked at the young man and said in a deep voice, "The Grand Hall Master is here. It's not your turn to ask." The young man was lying on the snow python's head with his hands behind his head. He squinted and still had a green foxtail in his mouth. Hearing the black-robed man's words, he did not open his eyes and said lightly, "Shouldn't the law enforcement hall be in charge of this kind of dispute? Although you're right, the Grand Hall Master is here now. What right do you have to interrupt?" The black-robed man said angrily. "Right." The young man was stunned and slowly opened his eyes. He got up and sat on the snow python's head with one hand supporting his chin and the other playing with the green foxtail. He looked down at the black-robed man. Seeing this, the black-robed man could not help but panic. The young man suddenly smiled and said, "Strength is right. Do you have a problem with that? You, presumptuous." The black-robed man shouted, but he did not seem to be confident. "I'm not presumptuous. You're courting death." The young man waved his hand and the green foxtail in his hand, like a streamer, instantly went into the black-robed man's lower abdomen. "Ah!" The black-robed man screamed in pain and his sea of qi was destroyed on the spot. Then, that green foxtail swept out from the black-robed man's back and blood splattered everywhere. The most important thing was, that green foxtail was not damaged at all and there was not a drop of blood on it. It was still as clean as before. Finally, the green foxtail returned to the young man's hand and said with the corner of his mouth, "As the law enforcement hall master, not only do I have the power to kill disciples, but I also have the power to kill you island masters. Do you have a problem with that? Grand Hall Master." The black-robed man was seriously in pain and looked at Yi Zhong with a face full of indignation. "What he said is also true. You also have to recognize this point. He is already the law enforcement hall master and should be treated as a law enforcement hall master. When you see him, you have to salute," Yi Zhong said. The black-robed man's face turned green and red. He did not expect that Yi Zhong would speak for the young man. "Didn't you hear? Do you need me to repeat it?" The young man looked at the black-robed man with ridicule. The black-robed man's pupils shrank and he helplessly lowered his head. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Hallmaster." The young man laughed and returned to his lazy state. He asked, "What's the reason for killing people?" "It's all because of Li Biyu." He snatched the jade box that Wang Daren and the other 2 picked in the treasure house. And he also threatened Wang Daren and the other 2 that if they didn't give him the jade box, he would kill them. Of course the 3 of them were not convinced. It's broad daylight and the world is clear. How can he be allowed to seize by force like this? In the end, Li Bu really killed the three of them without saying anything. I rushed out to stop him, but it was too late. Grand Hall Master, if we don't kill this kind of person, the heavens will not tolerate it. The black-robed man looked at Yi Zhong angrily and roared. What a thief calling the police. What a load of nonsense. The big black wolf was so angry that his body started to tremble. He had never seen such a shameless person. No. He wasn't a human at all. He just had the appearance of a human. Was this the virtue of dragons? They were even more disgusting than some despicable humans. Is that so? Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong and then at the black-robed man and remained silent. Big brother, why aren't you saying anything? This is clearly his scheme. The big black wolf looked at Qin Feiyang anxiously. Qin Feiyang remained silent. However, the black-robed man glared at the big black wolf and scolded, "Don't slander us." "Fuck you." The big black wolf was instantly furious. He schemed behind their backs and now he was accusing them. The black-robed man looked at Yi Zhong and bowed. Grand Hall Master, silence means tacit agreement. What I said is the truth and he has no way to refute it. Please deal with it impartially, Grand Hall Master. Yi Zhong looked at the young man and asked with a smile, according to the rules of the enforcement hall, how do you think we should deal with this matter? Kill. The young man said. The black-robed man sneered in his heart. If even the young man said to kill, do you think you guys have a way out? What if? Right then. Qin Feiyang finally spoke. He looked at Yi Zhong and the young man and asked, if all of this is a trap set by the island master, how should we deal with it? He deserves to be killed for breaking the law knowingly. Old man Yi, am I right? The young man glanced at Yi Zhong and asked weakly. Yes. Yi Zhong nodded. The black-robed man looked at Qin Feiyang with mockery in his eyes. Yes. He set all of this up, but do you have evidence? Do you? If you don't have evidence, who would believe what you said? You're still struggling. You're really ignorant. If it were him, he would have knelt down and begged for mercy. There might still be hope for him to live. You deserve to be killed. I like what you said. Qin Feiyang grinned and shook his head at the black-robed man. Do you know? You're the stupidest divine dragon I've ever met. The black-robed man was furious. You think you're very smart, but little do you know that you're just a clown trying to please the crowd. That's all. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He took out the image crystal. An image unfolded in the void. It was the conversation with the old man in his 70s. What? The black-robed man was stunned. It was only now that he understood why the other party was so calm. He already had solid evidence in his hand. That's too much. How dare he use his power to set up a disciple? Scum. Don't insult him, okay? He's not a human, he's a divine dragon. The surrounding disciples started discussing. Although the conversation between Qin Feiyang and the old man in his 70s was simple, would anyone who could enter the Dragon God Hall be an idiot? One could easily figure out what was going on. Phew. Yi Zhong took a deep breath and looked at the black-robed man. I asked you to come to the first island to maintain order, not to abuse your power and set up a disciple. The black-robed man shuddered and immediately knelt on the ground. Grand Hall Master, I know my mistake, I'll change. Do you think you can let it go just by saying that you know your mistake and change? What's the use of the tribunal council then? The young man said listlessly. The black-robed man looked at the young man in horror. He then looked at Yi Zhong and exclaimed, Grand Hall Master, I'm a dragon after all. Do you think dragons can do whatever they want? The young man took out the dog's tail grass from the corner of his mouth and waved it casually. The dog's tail grass immediately flew out of his hand and shot towards the black-robed man's glabella like a sharp arrow. Chapter 2479. Seeing this, the black-clothed man collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Big Black Wolf gloated over his misfortune. Qin Feiyang remained expressionless. Because such a person was just a small fry in his eyes. There was no need for that. He took it seriously. Whoosh. However, just when everyone thought that the black-clothed man was dead for sure, Yizhong suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of the black-clothed man. He raised his aged arm and slapped the green foxtail grass. Clang! The moment the two collided, there was a deafening sound of metal. Furthermore, a golden glove had unknowingly appeared in Yizhong's hand. Sparks flew as the green foxtail was sent flying. Yizhong's arm was also a little numb. Big Black Wolf was stunned. What does this old man mean? Qin Feiyang could not help but frown. The young man grabbed the green foxtail and raised his eyebrows slightly. Yizhong looked at the young man and said, "He belongs to the dragons. He made a mistake and should be handed over to the dragons to deal with. You're clearly protecting him. Who was the one who said that he deserved to be killed?" Big Black Wolf said angrily. Yizhong said indifferently, "He does deserve to be killed, but it has to be done by the dragons themselves. We humans have no right to kill the dragons." Big Black Wolf shouted, "If we hand him over to the dragons, will the dragons handle it impartially?" Yizhong said, "It's their business whether they want to handle it impartially or not. I can't control it, and I have no right to control it." Qin Feiyang said, "You're protecting him. You really don't hide it at all." "I've never protected anyone." Yizhong shook his head. "You're right. You're only protecting the dragons because the dragons are not humans," Qin Feiyang said. Yizhong was not angry. He just smiled faintly and turned to the black-clothed man. "Go back to the dragons and accept your punishment." "Yes." The black-clothed man nodded respectfully. He stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang and the Big Black Wolf. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes as he opened an altar and jumped onto it without looking back. "Bastard!" The Big Black Wolf was furious. Qin Feiyang grabbed it and said indifferently, "Let him go." But the Big Black Wolf was extremely unwilling. Qin Feiyang looked up at Yizhong and said with a smile, "Believe me, you will regret it. This old man has never done anything that he regrets." Yizhong laughed hoarsely. "That was in the past. It's hard to say what will happen in the future." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he nodded to the young man, opened the altar, and left with the Big Black Wolf. "Old man Yi, you have to pay the price for doing wrong." The young man glanced at Yizhong and said meaningfully. Then, he instructed the snow python. The snow python immediately carried him away. "Price," Yizhong murmured. Suddenly, he smiled and walked away, disappearing step by step. Sigh. This Yizhong is indeed the most loyal dog of the dragons. Yes. The evidence is irrefutable. Release the island master. In front of the powerful dragons, we humans are really inferior. The nearby disciples could not help but sigh. In the valley. In the cave abode. "Big brother, there must be an explanation for this matter." "Why?" The Big Black Wolf was so angry that it was stomping its feet in the cave abode. Qin Feiyang glanced at it and took out the image crystal. Buzz. A shadow appeared. It was Jiang Dafei. "Young lord." Jiang Dafei bowed. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the shadow of the black-clothed man appeared. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Tell the Divine General immediately that this person must die." "Who is he?" Jiang Dafei was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, "The island master of the first island is currently on his way back to Divine Dragon Island." "All right. This subordinate will inform Lord Divine General." Jiang Dafei nodded. The Big Black Wolf looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze, and suddenly said, "So you already had a plan. Yizhong wants to protect him, but I want him to die." Qin Feiyang said indifferently. "Haha." The Big Black Wolf laughed out loud, and was no longer angry. He took out the jade box that he had obtained from the Divine Art Treasury and said, "Big brother, I took it according to what you said. Don't let it be a useless inferior divine art. Open it and you'll know." Qin Feiyang smiled. To be honest, he was looking forward to it. What kind of divine art was inside the jade box that the Big Black Wolf had obtained? The Big Black Wolf slowly opened the jade box, and a black jade scroll appeared. However, the Big Black Wolf did not check it immediately. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, feeling a little nervous. "Trust me," Qin Feiyang said. "All right." The Big Black Wolf nodded, took out the jade scroll, and poured his spirit sense into it. At that moment, Its expression froze. Immediately after, a look of ecstasy crawled up from its eyes. Even its body couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, there was a message in its mind. Sirius Devil Book. Legendary level divine art. A total of 4 moves. Each move had the power to pierce through the heavens and earth, destroying mountains and rivers. Just by looking at the name, one could tell that it was definitely a divine art that was tailor-made for wolves. And what made the big black wolf excited was that it was actually a legendary level divine art. A divine art of this level was something that it had dreamed of obtaining. Now that it had finally fulfilled its wish, how could it not be excited? The big black wolf excitedly looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, "Big brother, you must have fiery eyes of truth." "Ha!" Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. This had nothing to do with him at all. It was all thanks to the Shadowless. Unbelievable. How did you know that this jade box contained a legendary level divine artifact? The big black wolf became more and more curious. One had to know. The jade box was completely closed, and divine sense couldn't peek inside. However, Big Brother actually knew that there was a legendary level divine art inside. It was really strange. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and also took out the jade box obtained from the divine art treasure house. The big black wolf's gaze immediately shifted to the jade box. Inside this jade box, could it also be a legendary level divine art? Qin Feiyang gently opened the jade box, and a wave of fire suddenly surged out. The cave also instantly turned into a big furnace. Inside the jade box, there was a fiery red jade slip lying there, as if it was cast from magma. This vision, it must be a legendary level divine art, the big black wolf muttered. Qin Feiyang took out the jade slip, sank his divine sense into it, and a piece of information immediately poured into his mind. Qilin technique. Sovereign level divine art. A total of 4 moves, it's not a lie. It really is a sovereign level divine art. Qin Feiyang whispered. What? Sovereign level divine art. Hearing this, the big black wolf was dumbfounded. He thought it was a legendary level divine art, but didn't expect it to be a sovereign level divine art. It really wasn't a joke. One had to know. In the entire divine art treasure house, there was only one sovereign level divine art. To be able to get this, how heaven-defying was his luck. Let me see. The big black wolf snatched the jade slip, and his divine sense directly poured in. At that moment, its body stiffened. It was indeed a sovereign level divine art. Big brother, you can really see the divine art inside the jade box. After coming back to his senses, the big black wolf raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, shocked to the extreme. Sirius Demonic Book, Qilin Tactic, a legendary level divine art, a sovereign level divine art. To say that it was luck, even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't believe it. Because no matter how good his luck was, it was impossible to obtain 2 shocking divine arts at once. Qin Feiyang laughed. Didn't I say before, I have a benefactor? Benefactor? The big black wolf was stunned. In the divine art treasure house, Qin Feiyang did say something about a benefactor. But who was this benefactor? Big sister? Huiyi? Madman? It was impossible even if one thought about it. Although Huiyi and Big Sister's cultivation were strong, one was wandering outside while the other was inside the castle. Not to mention Madman, who had only just become a god. White-eyed wolf? Then there was no need to say. He was in seclusion without paying attention to the outside world. The big black wolf begged, "Big brother, can you not keep me in suspense? Just tell me directly." This was too shocking. He could actually see the divine art inside the jade box. It's a secret. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The big black wolf couldn't help but go crazy, but there was nothing he could do. Let's go. Go to the castle to cultivate these 2 divine arts. Qin Feiyang laughed. The big black wolf nodded. At the entrance, square, tell this old man in detail, how did Li Biyue kill those 3 people in an instant? Yi Zhong looked at the man in black standing in front of him and said, "Yes." The black-clothed man replied respectfully. Then, he recounted the process of the battle in detail. Flame divine thunder, golden body of iron. When Yi Zhong heard this, he muttered to himself. Suddenly, He looked at the man in black in surprise and asked, could it be the Fire Thunder Divine Art and the Bright King Golden Body? Fire Thunder Divine Art? Bright King Golden Body? The man in black was stunned, his face puzzled. Yi Zhong pondered for a while, then shook his head and said, you shouldn't know about these divine arts, because these two divine arts were personally placed by this old man in the 9 Heaven Realms examination grounds. In that case, he obtained these two divine techniques from the examination grounds. The man in black said, if it's really the Bright King Golden Body and the Fire Thunder Divine Art, then they must have been found at the examination grounds. You go back to Divine Dragon Island first. Yi Zhong waved his hand and said, yes. The man in black nodded, turned around and left the Dragon God Palace, and rushed down the stone stairs. Yi Zhong lowered his head and muttered, boom. Suddenly, at the bottom of the stone stairs, a deafening sound rang out. Following closely. A miserable cry sounded. Yi Zhong was stunned, then immediately turned into a stream of light, flew out of the stone door, and flew down. When he reached the bottom of the corpse, he saw a black divine dragon lying on the broken ground. Its head and divine soul had already been shattered. Dragon blood spewed out, dyeing the ground red. This was the true body of the man in black, but he was already dead. Yi Zhong looked at the corpse, then suddenly raised his head and scanned the void. At the same time, his spirit sense surged out, covering the sky and earth. Those dark eyes were suffused with a strong cold light. But in the void, he couldn't find anything. There was also no aura of the murderer left behind. It was obvious that it had been deliberately erased. Good method. Yi Zhong muttered, retracted his spirit sense, buried the corpse on the spot, and turned to return to the Dragon God Palace. Boom. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang stood in the hall, comprehending the Qilin method. Suddenly, a terrifying aura suddenly descended above the valley. This is, Qin Feiyang frowned. It seemed to be Yi Zhong's aura. This anger, could it be that the man in black had already been killed? At that moment, he got up and appeared in the cave abode. Boom. It was also at this moment that a spirit sense surged over. Swish. The next moment, a white-haired old man appeared in the cave abode. Who else could it be but Yi Zhong? Chapter 2480. Chief Palace Master Yi? Why do you miss me so soon? Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong in surprise. Don't play dumb. Did you kill him? Yi Zhong said in a deep voice. Who? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Yi Zhong said, the island master of the first island. What? The island master is dead. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes shining. Wait. No. Didn't the island master return to the Divine Dragon Island? How could he be dead? Chief Palace Master Yi, don't joke. Qin Feiyang said. However, he was secretly laughing in his heart. This divine general was really efficient in his work. Yi Zhong said, just a while ago, he was assassinated at the bottom of the stone stairs. It can't be. Who dares to kill the people of the dragons? Don't they want to live? Wait. Chief Palace Master Yi, you're not suspecting me, are you? I just came back from the Divine Technique Treasury. It's impossible to suspect me, Qin Feiyang said. The murderer is definitely not you, but it must be related to you. Yi Zhong frowned and said, I can't bear this accusation. Please let me go. As for the island master's death, what's the saying? Yes, yes, yes. Good will be rewarded, evil will be punished. Heaven is fair. Those who deserve to die can't escape. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Yi Zhong frowned and said, let's not talk about this for now. When you killed Wang Daren and the other two, did you use the Fire Thunder Divine Technique and Wisdom King Golden Body? Qin Feiyang said with a smile, you're so resourceful. You can definitely find out. Yi Zhong said helplessly, it's chaotic outside recently. Don't run around. After saying that, he turned around and left. This kid was so young, but how could he be like an old fox, watertight? Thank you for your concern. Take care. Qin Feiyang smiled as he looked at Yi Zhong's back. After Yi Zhong left, a cold smile appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. Did he really think that he could return to Divine Dragon Island alive? Naive and laughable. However, this matter was not over yet. The best part was yet to come. Just wait and see. If I say I'll make you regret it, I'll definitely make you regret it. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang entered the ancient castle again and continued to cultivate the Qilin art. In the square, Yi Zhong sat on the ground and frowned. He dared to conclude that the death of the black-clothed man was definitely related to this kid. But he couldn't produce any evidence. Suddenly, Yi Zhong took out an image crystal. Wang. A short while later, another white-robed old man appeared. He was the deputy hall master of the law enforcement hall. Big brother, is something the matter? The deputy hall master looked at Yi Zhong suspiciously. Yi Zhong said, "Come here first." "All right." The deputy hall master nodded. Very soon, he landed on the square and walked in front of Yi Zhong. He asked suspiciously, "Big brother, what's the matter?" Yi Zhong asked, "Do you know what happened in the Divine Art Treasury?" "I just heard about it. This Li Bu is indeed quite capable." The deputy hall master nodded. "But do you know? Just a while ago, the island master of the first island was assassinated at the bottom of the stone stairs." Yi Zhong sighed. "What?" The deputy hall master was shocked and asked, "Who is it?" "I don't know. This person's speed was very fast. When I ran down, he had already disappeared and erased the remaining aura. But I suspect that it must be related to Li Bu, but I can't find any evidence." Yi Zhong's expression was filled with helplessness. The deputy hall master asked, "Li Bu went out?" Yi Zhong said, "It's because he didn't go out that I can't do anything to him." The deputy hall master frowned. "Then it might not be related to Li Bu. Isn't it obvious? He was assassinated just after a conflict. Who else could it be but him? And at that time in the Divine Art Treasury, he also said something to me." Yi Zhong frowned. "What?" The deputy hall master was suspicious. Yi Zhong said, "He said that I will definitely regret it." "Ah." The deputy hall master was stunned. He shook his head and laughed. "He even dares to threaten you. This kid is quite interesting." "You're still laughing? Do you know that I feel extremely embarrassed right now? I was actually fooled by a little brat." Yi Zhong snorted angrily and said, "Go to the Nine Heavens Realms examination place now." "Why are you going there?" The deputy hall master was suspicious. "Don't ask first. Let's see if there are any divine artifacts and divine arts there. As soon as possible." Yi Zhong said. "Okay." The deputy hall master nodded and turned around to leave the Dragon God Palace. "The two young people recruited this time are not simple," Yi Zhong murmured. Thinking of that listless but ridiculously strong young man, he couldn't help but have a headache. And now, there was another troublesome person. It seemed that he would be busy in the future. 2 days later, the deputy hall master finally came out of the examination place with a face full of disbelief. Without stopping, he returned to the Dragon God Palace. Yi Zhong opened his eyes and asked, "How was it?" "That's strange. I turned the examination place upside down, but I couldn't find a single divine art or divine artifact," the deputy hall master said. Yi Zhong's expression stiffened and then said with a wry smile, "There's no need to think, it must be the work of Li Bu and that young man." The deputy hall master looked at Yi Zhong suspiciously. "When Li Bu killed Wang Daren and the other two, he used the Fire Thunder Divine Art and Wisdom King Golden Body. But at that time, I didn't see it with my own eyes, so I wasn't sure. That's why I asked you to go to the examination place." Yi Zhong sighed. The deputy hall master nodded and said speechlessly, "They didn't leave a single divine artifact. These two guys are a bit crazy. I'm afraid they did it on purpose." Yi Zhong shook his head and said, "From now on, you'll be stationed on the first island and secretly monitor Li Bu's movements." "What about that young man?" the deputy hall master asked. "Let's not worry about him first. I have a hunch that what he said about making me regret is definitely not just that," Yi Zhong said. "Okay." The deputy hall master nodded and flew to the first island. In the ancient castle. 2 days outside, 200 years had passed inside. Both Qin Feiyang and the Big Black Wolf had mastered the Chilean skill and the Sirius demonic book. However, a year had passed in the ancient castle, but the artifact spirits of the 4 divine artifacts still showed no signs of waking up. This made Qin Feiyang suspicious. Were the artifact spirits pretending to be asleep and looking for a chance to escape the ancient castle? But after observing for a while, he found nothing. Qin Feiyang was really impatient. He turned to Fire Lotus and stretched out his hand. "Give me the axe." Fire Lotus took out the axe and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed the axe and looked at the 4 divine artifacts. Whether they were pretending or not, he would know with a try. Clang. Immediately, Qin Feiyang then raised his axe and chopped towards the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts. Clang. In the next moment, the 4 heaven-defying artifacts unleashed a terrifying aura. They are indeed pretending. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Fire Lotus hurriedly rushed to Qin Feiyang's side and looked at the 4 divine artifacts vigilantly. If these 4 divine artifacts were to awaken in the ancient castle, not only would it bring them a disaster, even the creatures of the Black Tortoise realm would be affected. Qin Feiyang suddenly waved his hand and the ancient castle's gate closed. Then, Qin Feiyang returned the axe to Fire Lotus, looked at the 4 divine artifacts, and said indifferently, "You are quite cunning." The 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts remained silent. "You have all fought with the ancient castle and know its strength. Even if you fight it head-on, you are not its opponent, not to mention now, you are in its internal space. So, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't do anything stupid," Qin Feiyang said. Fire Lotus suddenly understood. The 4 divine artifacts still didn't know that the ancient castle had been sealed by the small beast, so they would definitely be afraid of the ancient castle. Was Qin Dage not nervous? Perhaps. He was also nervous. But he couldn't show it. Because once he showed it, the 4 divine artifacts would be suspicious. On the contrary, as long as he remained calm and collected, he would be able to intimidate the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts. "Don't do anything stupid. Qin Feiyang, don't scare us. Do you think we don't know that your ancient castle has been sealed by a small beast?" A voice suddenly sounded, coming from the sunset bow. It was obviously the sunset bow's spirit. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Fire Lotus also had a look of surprise. How did they know? During this period of time, no one seemed to have mentioned this matter. Oh no. Suddenly, Fire Lotus slapped her head. "What?" Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus suspiciously. "It seems that one day, when the 3 Black Panther brothers were chatting with me, I told them about the ancient castle being sealed. Could it be that you heard it at that time?" Fire Lotus looked at the 4 divine artifacts and asked. "That's right. At that time, we had already awakened," the sunset bow's spirit said. Fire Lotus immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and blamed herself. "Qin Dage, I'm sorry, it's okay." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, looked at the 4 divine artifacts, and asked, "Then why didn't you take the opportunity to make a move?" The sunset bow's spirit fell silent. "Then let me guess. On one hand, you should be afraid of my slaughter domain, because you have suffered a great loss under my slaughter domain more than once. But I think that just the slaughter domain alone shouldn't be enough to make you so afraid. Because if you completely unlock the seal, then you have the ability to shatter the Black Tortoise realm and escape before I open the slaughter domain. You can even kill us. But you didn't do that and have been hiding in the ancient castle. Then I'll boldly guess the second reason. After these few battles, you might be wondering whether following the dragons was right or wrong. So you decided to stay in the ancient castle and secretly observe us. Of course, this is only my personal guess. Is that the case? I still need you to answer it for me." Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 divine artifacts and said. After a moment of silence, the sunset bow's spirit suddenly said, "To be able to guess this, as the ancient castle's spirit said, you are indeed an amazing person." "What? The ancient castle's spirit? You communicated with it?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Chapter 2481. Fire Lotus was also extremely shocked. The ancient castle's weapon spirit had always been a mysterious existence. According to the time in the ancient castle, she had stayed in the ancient castle for at least hundreds of thousands of years. But in these hundreds of thousands of years, she had never communicated with the ancient castle's weapon spirit even once. Don't talk about her. Even Qin Feiyang had never said a word to the weapon spirit. But now. But the weapon spirit of the sunset bow told them that the ancient castle's weapon spirit had communicated with them? How unbelievable was this? Your reactions have exceeded this sovereign's expectations. It seems that the ancient castle's weapon spirit has never communicated with you. The weapon spirit of the sunset bow said. What did it say to you? Where is it now? Qin Feiyang asked. All these years, he had wondered more than once if the ancient castle really had a weapon spirit. But how could such a powerful divine artifact not have a weapon spirit? So, this matter could be considered a knot in his heart. Now that he heard the weapon spirit of the sunset bow say this, he really wanted to know. The weapon spirit of the sunset bow hesitated for a moment before saying, let it tell you itself in the future. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The weapon spirit of the sunset bow said, don't blame me, this is what the ancient castle's weapon spirit just told me. Qin Feiyang was startled. Just now, it communicated with you again? Yes. The weapon spirit of the sunset bow replied. Qin Feiyang was extremely depressed. He was standing face to face with the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts. Why didn't they communicate with him? All right. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly and asked, what did he say to you? He said that you are a human worthy of our pursuit, and asked us to consider it carefully. So we pretended to be asleep and secretly observed you. The weapon spirit of the sunset bow said. The ancient castle. Qin Feiyang muttered. No matter where he went, the ancient castle was the one that cared about him the most. When encountering difficulties, the ancient castle would not hesitate to raise its level. It could be said that, in this lifetime, he owed the ancient castle too much, and he couldn't repay it all. Qin Feiyang asked, what have you observed? I have my principles. You're good to people too. You're very calm in handling things. He's also very meticulous. His talent is also 1 in a million. To be honest, it's not bad, but it also has some fatal flaws. Sunset Divine Bow said. What flaw? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. First of all, you place too much importance on relationships. This will become a huge burden. Secondly, you are too young and your cultivation is too weak. Although there are many powerful methods, you must know that on the path of cultivation, one's own cultivation is actually the foundation. The artifact spirit of the sunset divine bow said. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded. After pondering for a while, he said with a faint smile, actually, what you said is not a flaw. No. The artifact spirit was taken aback. Yes. Although you are all heaven-defying artifacts and have the instinct to destroy the world, there are many things about humans that you don't understand. It is because you are too strong and have the strength to crush everything that these things are dispensable in your eyes. But humans are different. Humans are just born as babies. They don't know anything and don't have the strength to truss a chicken. It's your parents, your family, who protect you as you grow up. It is also their selfless contribution and hard work that you can gradually understand this world. When you grow up, you will have brothers, friends, and lovers. Everyone gathers together to face the unknown together, to overcome difficulties together, and to move forward together. So, whether it is the love of family, relatives, brothers, friends, or lovers, these are all part of feelings. And these feelings are like a line that connects everyone together. For example, Fire Lotus and I, although we are not related by blood, although she is stronger than me, we are like siblings. Another example is the white-eyed wolf and I. It is not only a beast, but also a wolf. Wolves are feared by everyone because in the world's impression, wolves are a cold-blooded and ferocious creature. But it and I are like brothers. Why is that? This is love, this is loyalty. There is also me, Gu Bao, Chang Shui, Lu Hong, Zhao Tailai, and the others. There are too many, I can't even finish talking. Isn't it because of friendship that we are able to come to this day? Since friendship has connected us and made us the most important thing in each other's lives, why should we give it up? No. This friendship should be cherished more. Because it is the most precious thing in life. No treasure or money can exchange for it. Qin Feiyang said slowly. As he finished speaking, a brilliant smile appeared on his face. He was a lucky man. Because in this life, he had met too many people and beasts who cared about him, and he also cared about them. The artifact spirit of the sunset bow fell silent. Let me put it this way. If it wasn't for friendship, I wouldn't have so many people around me. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he looked at the fire lotus next to him. If it wasn't for friendship, no one would stand in front of me and block the enemy's attack for me when I was in danger. Qin Feiyang looked at the big black wolf next to him. If it wasn't for friendship, I don't know how many times I would have died. So I, Qin Feiyang, would rather give up all the treasures and resources I have now than give up them and them. Qin Feiyang said. They, of course, referred to the fire lotus, Zhao Tailai, and the mermaid princess. And they, of course, referred to the white-eyed wolf, the big black wolf, Yu Huang, and so on. The artifact spirits of the 4 heaven-defying artifacts were silent. As for the cultivation you mentioned, I admit that my current cultivation is indeed very weak. But in this world, who didn't start weak and gradually become strong? For example, Longzuan. Was she born so strong? If Longzuan can reach this level, why can't I, Qin Feiyang, do the same? It's only a matter of time. I'm not afraid to tell you that Longzuan is no longer my target. Qin Feiyang said confidently. The artifact spirit of the sunset bow asked, then who is your target? The god of creation, Wu Tian. Qin Feiyang paused after every word, his eyes filled with incomparable determination. The god of creation. Hearing these 3 words, the 4 heaven-defying artifacts couldn't help but tremble, as if they were afraid. I believe that in this world, no one would dare to have any thoughts about the god of creation, including you. Perhaps in your eyes, I'm overestimating myself, but if you're not willing to work hard, how will you know if you can do it? After saying so much, I actually just want to express one thing. If you follow Longzuan, you can only struggle in the ancient world forever, and you won't even have the chance to see the sky outside. But if you follow me, perhaps I can bring you out of this cage. Although the chances are slim, there's always hope. Qin Feiyang said. The artifact spirit of the sunset bow said, this sovereign is very curious. Where do you get such confidence? Confidence comes from myself. You don't need to ask for it from anyone. As long as you have confidence in yourself, anything is possible. Qin Feiyang smiled. The artifact spirit of the sunset bow fell silent again. As for the artifact spirits of the other 3 heaven-defying artifacts, they didn't say a word from beginning to end. It was as if the artifact spirit of the sunset bow was their representative. Actually, it's not hard to think. Longzuan might be the strongest in the ancient world, but is she the master of the ancient world? She's not. As for the black tortoise world, although it's much weaker than the ancient world, I'm the master of the black tortoise world. The black tortoise world is also an independent world. Just based on this point alone, Longzuan can't compare to me. You don't need to express your stance now. Slowly observe. I believe that one day in the future, you'll choose to stand with me. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. If it were any other young man, this sovereign would definitely say that he's conceited. But you, to be honest, this sovereign doesn't dare to say that. Because we've seen too many miracles from you. Alright, as you said, we'll stay here and continue to observe you. The artifact spirit of the sunset bow pondered for a while and said. Qin Feiyang smiled, you can stay here as long as you want. The fact that the 4 heaven-defying artifacts chose to stay meant that they were interested in him. After saying so much, it wasn't a waste of time. In the future, when he completely convinced the 4 heaven-defying artifacts to join his side, his strength would instantly skyrocket countless time. And as long as the 4 heaven-defying artifacts stayed, it was basically a done deal. Fire Lotus had a hint of a smile in her eyes as she said, then, did Longzuan bind you guys with blood? Although these heaven-defying artifacts were in the hands of the ancestral dragons, the true master was definitely Longzuan. Therefore, Even if they were to bind, it would be Longzuan and not the ancestral dragons. Bind with blood? You must be joking. 4 artifacts of our level, who has the right to be our master? Even if it's Longzuan, he has to lower his status in front of us. Let's talk about it later. With our abilities, even if we bind with blood, we can directly erase the blood contract ourselves. The artifact spirit of the sunset bow said domineeringly. What? You can erase the blood contract yourselves? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Of course. Therefore, basically, no one can control us. The artifact spirit of the sunset bow said. Qin Feiyang frowned. Then, wouldn't it be meaningless to bind with blood on the grey castle back then? The artifact spirit of the sunset bow suddenly said, since you're staying here, then I'll give you a piece of news. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. Looking at the sunset bow, he asked suspiciously, what news? The artifact spirit of the sunset bow said, this news may be a blow to you. Speak. The thing I'm least afraid of is a blow. Qin Feiyang smiled. The 4 ancestral dragons, the Dragon Princess, the Black Dragons, the Dragon God Palace Master, including the Black Dragon's 10th elder that you guys killed in the past, none of them will die. The artifact spirit of the sunset bow said. What? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. His face was immediately filled with bewilderment. Chapter 2482. Not dead. Beside him, Huolian and Big Black Wolf were also stunned. The bodies of the 4 ancestral dragons and the black dragons were still in the castle. How could they not be dead? And the princess of the dragons was also destroyed. Even the 10th elder of the Black Dragon clan had his divine soul turned to ashes. Qin Feiyang had seen all this with his own eyes. And now he was telling him that they weren't dead. How was that possible? Was this a joke? The sunset divine bow said, I'm not joking with you. They really aren't dead. That's impossible. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The sunset divine bow said, I told you that you couldn't take this blow, but you didn't believe me. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, but what you said is too unbelievable. Do you know why Feng Dazhi left a wisp of his divine soul before he self-destructed? He learned it from the dragons. Ever since the rise of the Dragon Slayer Palace, any half-step imperishable divine dragon or above would split a wisp of their divine soul and place it in the Dragon Slayer Forbidden Land. This is to prevent them from dying in the process of fighting the Dragon Slayer Palace. The sunset divine bow said. Split a wisp of their divine soul. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. So the 4 ancestral dragons were really not dead. As long as a wisp of their divine soul exists, they won't die. They just need to spend some time to reassemble their divine souls. The sunset divine bow said. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, are you sure you're not joking with us? Is there a need to joke with you? The sunset divine bow said. Not dead, after so much effort, none of them died, Qin Feiyang murmured. This result was too hard to accept. Qin Dage, Big Brother, Fire Lotus and Big Black Wolf looked at Qin Feiyang worriedly. Having followed Qin Feiyang every day, they naturally knew Qin Feiyang better than anyone else. In order to kill the 4 ancestor dragons, Qin Feiyang had made too many preparations. He had thought that the matter had been completely resolved, and he had revealed a victorious smile. But suddenly, someone told him that no one had died. He had worked hard for nothing. No one would be able to withstand such a blow. Sigh. The artifact spirit of the sunset divine bow sighed and fell silent. Qin Dage, it doesn't matter. At worst, I'll just kill them again in the future. Fire Lotus whispered. That's right, Big Brother. You have to be strong. It's just a small matter. It's not worth taking it to heart. The Big Black Wolf was also trying to persuade him. Who? Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked at the man and the wolf. He smiled and said, look at how anxious you are. Am I that weak? But just now, Fire Lotus and Big Black Wolf looked at him. It's just too sudden. It's hard to accept. Besides, this isn't a waste of effort. Qin Feiyang said and looked at the 4 heaven-defying legendary weapons. Although they didn't die, they still profited greatly because they obtained the 4 heaven-defying legendary weapons. Although the 4 heaven-defying legendary weapons hadn't made a clear statement yet, They already had that intention. Therefore, no matter what, the dragons were the ones who lost out this time. And he had gained a huge advantage. Fire Lotus and Big Black Wolf looked at the 4 heaven-defying legendary weapons and then at Qin Feiyang. Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't seem to be affected, they heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang smiled. Seems like in the future, unless it's absolutely necessary, we should avoid fighting with them. Indeed. They can revive after killing them. There's no point in fighting with them. Fire Lotus nodded. All right, you guys go do what you need to do. I'll go into seclusion first. Qin Feiyang faintly smiled, then turned around and entered the cultivation room. There was no need to keep an eye on the 4 heaven-defying legendary weapons. Bang! At this moment, a powerful aura descended above the valley. Qin Feiyang was startled. Li Biao, are you there? A hoarse voice was heard. This voice sounds familiar, Qin Feiyang mumbled and left the ancient castle. When he walked out of the cave, he saw an old man with white hair and a sage-like demeanor standing outside. You are. Qin Feiyang looked at the old man suspiciously. You've forgotten me already? I was the one who sent you to the first island. The old man smiled. You, after being reminded by the old man, Qin Feiyang immediately remembered and said, You're the vice leader of the disciplinary hall. Yes. The vice leader nodded. Qin Feiyang asked, Is there anything you need from me? Let me introduce myself. My name is Yi Cheng, and I'm the acting island master of the first island. I'm here to ask for the jade box that you took from the treasury 2 days ago. Ask for it. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. There was a reason for him to ask for it back. Vice leader, that's not right. We chose the divine arts ourselves. We also walked into the deity technique treasury openly. You can't ask us to return the supreme divine arts and legendary divine arts just because you saw us pick them. What's the difference between this and the actions of a villain? Qin Feiyang said. What? Yi Cheng was slightly stunned and said in surprise, You picked the supreme divine arts and legendary divine arts? You don't know? This time, it was Qin Feiyang who was stunned. You picked the divine arts and you didn't open it at that time. No one saw it. How would I know what level it was? Yi Cheng was speechless. Then why are you here to ask for it back? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yi Cheng was startled and said with a wry smile, It seems like you've misunderstood. I'm here to ask for the jade box, not the divine arts, because the jade box is made of special materials. It's very precious. I see. Qin Feiyang came to a realization. It was indeed a misunderstanding. Speaking of which, if I didn't come here, I wouldn't know you've found the supreme divine arts and legendary divine arts. It's the first time you and the Big Black Wolf entered the treasury, right? Yi Cheng asked. Yeah. Qin Feiyang nodded. You found the divine arts on your first try. You're as lucky as Ji Fan from 1,000 years ago. Ji Fan also found the supreme divine arts on his first try. It was quite an uproar back then. Yi Cheng said in disbelief. It's just luck. Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly. It would be exposed sooner or later, so it did not matter if he said it out loud. Yi Cheng asked curiously, What's the name of your divine arts? Chilean Technique, Sirius Demonic Book. Qin Feiyang said and secretly sent a message to the Big Black Wolf, asking him to give the jade box to him. Chilean Technique, Sirius Demonic Book? I've heard Big Brother mention these 2 divine arts before. Chilean Technique is indeed a supreme divine art. The Sirius Demonic Book is tailor-made for wolves. You and the Big Black Wolf are even luckier than Ji Fan to be able to find divine arts that suit you so well. Yi Cheng exclaimed. It's a blessing from the heavens. Qin Feiyang smiled and took out the Big Black Wolf's jade box. He also took out his own jade box from his universe ring. After that, he stepped forward and handed the 2 jade boxes to Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng put away the jade boxes and smiled. Luck is only part of it. You have to work hard for everything. Thank you for your guidance, Deputy Palace Master. Qin Feiyang bowed. He had a good impression of this old man. Whether it was the last time he sent everyone to the first island or this time, he did not put on any airs and was amiable. All right then, I'll go back to the duty hall first. If you have any difficulties, you can come to the duty hall to find me, Yi Cheng said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Yi Cheng smiled and turned to leave. Qin Feiyang watched Yi Cheng leave and was about to return to his cave residence. But at this moment, Hue Yi flew out from the side of the valley. It was still Cao Dayuan. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, "When did you come back?" "Just now. I saw you talking to Yi Cheng just now, so I hid behind you," Hue Yi said casually and then warned, "You have to be careful of this Yi Cheng." "Why?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Hue Yi said, "He's Yi Zhong's younger brother." Yi Zhong's younger brother? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This was really unexpected. One is called Yi Zhong, and the other is called Yi Cheng. It's obvious. Hue Yi pursed his lips. There are people with the same name and surname in the world, let alone just having the same surname. Who would think so much? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Anyway, you just have to be careful. Yi Zhong must have a purpose for letting him come to the first island. But the names of these two brothers are really funny. One is loyal, the other is sincere. But their loyalty is to the dragons. Hue Yi sneered. Everyone has their own ambitions. Since you're back, I have some bad news for you, Qin Feiyang said. What bad news? Hue Yi was stunned. The 4 ancestral dragons were dead, and the dragon's princess was also gone. What bad news could there be? Qin Feiyang said, the dragon's princess and the others are not dead. What? Hue Yi raised his head and said, say it again. They're not dead. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. There's such a thing. Your sister. Isn't this playing with us? Hue Yi was also indignant. But at the same time, there's also good news. Qin Feiyang explained the situation of the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts. Fortunately, it's not too bad. Hue Yi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts were left behind, the problem would not be too big. He was just afraid that the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts would also slip away. Then, it would really be a waste of effort. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I also got a supreme divine art. I heard it just now. You and that wolf cub are really lucky. Hue Yi's face was full of envy. Qin Feiyang asked, then where have you been fooling around these days? The medicinal field. Originally, I wanted to see if there was a chance to rob them, but the person guarding the medicinal field never left. Hue Yi said angrily, this matter can't be rushed. We have to take it slowly. Let's go. If there's nothing else, let's give the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts more thought. Maybe in a few days, they'll agree to follow us. Qin Feiyang smiled inwardly and then took Hue Yi to the ancient castle. What did you say? They got the Chilean technique and the Sirius demonic tome? In the square. Yi Zhong suddenly stood up and looked at Yi Cheng's shadow. His eyes almost popped out. Yes. Yi Cheng sat in the duty hall and nodded. Back then, Jiyu Fan also got a supreme divine art. And the two of them, in addition to a supreme divine art, they also got a legendary divine art. Their luck is too heaven-defying. Yi Zhong was speechless. Counting the divine artifacts and divine arts in the examination ground, this kid had taken a big advantage of the Dragon God Palace. Yi Cheng said, then should we ask Li Biu'er for it? Ask. Yi Zhong was stunned. If he's loyal to the dragons, like Jiyu Fan, not only will we give it to him, but we'll also focus on nurturing him. But this Li Biu'er. Big brother, to be honest, this Li Biu'er has no respect for the dragons, let alone loyalty. He might even become our enemy in the future. Yi Cheng said. This matter, Yi Zhong pondered for a while and said, asking for it will damage the reputation of the Dragon God Palace. This matter can't be taken lightly. I'll ask Longzuan first and see what she thinks. Okay. Yi Cheng nodded and the shadow disappeared.